Okay. Aha. Okay. Aha. NCC 2025. The Battle of Kings and Queens is gonna begin this December. Let's check this out. Rihanna. Aha. A new era is coming. Can you feel the vibe? Just kings and queens, yes, they are on the rise. December 15th to 24th, though, don't play. At Pocket Lekki Chess Club where legends are made. At this NCC, only the fearless we rise. Ẹ bá mi sọ fún Tẹ́sí wípé only the fearless we rise. Triple A mi ń kọ́ o, only the fearless we rise. Odirovsky, Baba ńlá, only the fearless we rise. Olisa Tennyson, only the fearless we rise. Omo Ẹ̀kún Kẹ́ńkọ́, only the fearless we rise. Keyi Lucky Musa, only the fearless we rise. Ẹ sọ fún Jibo Àtàbíọ́lá pé only the fearless we rise. NCC 2025. Aha. Okay, only the fearless we rise. Chief Will, Domuwa. Aha. Ẹ̀gbọ́n, only the fearless we rise.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. This is going to be fantastic, fantastic. This is the moment we are waiting for, the final round of the National Chess Championship 2025. Aha! Please, ladies and gentlemen, I'll implore everybody, if you are watching the stream, kindly bring your predictions in for the final round. It's going to be an explosive, guys, explosive. Right away, we are having the pairing in the male category. We are having the match between Olanrewaju Ajibola playing against FIDE Master Akishaya Abiola Daniel. That's going to be a very fantastic game. And we are having defending Keyi Lucky Musa as white playing against candidate master Olisa Tennyson in this category. We also have FIDE Master Abdurrahman playing against international master Aikoji Odirovsky. Odirovsky, the only gold medalist in Olympiad in West Africa. They are battling at the moment. The game is about to start. In fact, the game has started. Odirovsky is not yet on this board, and you can see Triple A right there on the screen. A for attack, already waiting for his opponent with a beautiful move startup. He believes he's playing the Knight F3, as I'm saying it on the screen right now, I think. Let me quickly just click on his board. Yes, I have Knight F3 on the board, and he's asking questions like, Odirovsky, what are you going to do after Knight F3? And Odirovsky is not yet on the at the tournament venue. I think he's trying to he'll be joining anytime soon. Anyways, next match is between Ekoke Goodness going against international master Balogun Oluwafemi in this encounter, and we have, last but not the least, Okipo Bartholomew playing against FIDE master Kigiga Bomo Lovett in this final encounter. And I believe in the female category, let's quickly wrap it up.
But wait, for those, I don't know if you have been told that for those that will be following today's games, I think only 3 games really matter. Two of them are the main games. I am Aikoje Odion playing Black Abdurrahman versus FM Abdurrahman, and then Keyi Lucky Musa, who would be playing with the white pieces against Olisa Tennyson. Who is so those are the 2 main games. However, if both Abdurrahman and Keyi Lucky Musa lose their games.
Oh, you mean Abdurrahman and Olisa Tennyson?
Abdurrahman and Olisa Tennyson. If both of them lose their games, then the game that is not happening on that board, on board 2, between Tesi and Callistos, it becomes relevant. It means that suddenly Tessie will be called upon to, play tie break.
Yeah, that is it. So something must give between these three. I mean, these two players at the moment. Anyways, back to the studio. Wonderful commentating from my co-commentator in person of Lakite Oluwadurotimi. How you feeling? How you feeling towards this final round? What's your take?
It's the kind of final that you want, finale that you want. You want where up to the final game, it's still possible for any of those two players to win. So that's as nail biting as it gets. You're at the edge of your seats. Those people who are like huge fans of Olisa Tennyson will be somewhere praying, wishing him, they will be trying to find the best move for Tennyson, why didn't you play that? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And Abdurrahman fans, the moving train, they would also be behind him. The thing in the dark, also trying to support him. And those people
will be sitting on the mats and saying the two of them must lose.
Yeah, they will be Tessie fans will be rooting for. They will be rooting for Kei Musa Lucky. They will be rooting for Odion.
Exactly.
So it's going to be really nice. But for the female section, which we are about to take us through.
Yeah. For the female section, unfortunately, I have to go through this. Hold on a second. For one reason or the other, let me just do this, open this in a new link. I don't know why I just have so much, what is it called over here? The female link is going to be explosive as well. What just happened? Why are you doing this to me? Come on, why are you doing this to me? The female link, wait, what? Wait, what?
No, this was from yesterday. Mistakenly impute as today's games. It's actually the correct pairing, but it's the wrong games.
I think I'm so sorry. I was scared at first when I was saying 1-0 just immediately. I'm like, how? Just the game round just started. We have to talk to the tech team about it. But anyways, today's pairing is between Sulaiman Azumi versus the champion. Yes. Champion. Of course, we already have a champion, actually. She's already won the event with a whole full points to spare. So whatever happens right now, is it 1.5 points ahead, I think? No, a whole point, like 1.5 points or something. They over. Wait.
1.5 points over the closest.
Yes, I think it has been updated. Good, it has been, and we can just quickly check the pairing. Ranking after round 10 from here. This makes it a little much more easier for us to show, and you can see she's a 1. Oh my goodness, this is 2.5 points. So whatever happens, she loses, she draws, whatever. She's already won the tournament. That's the champion, female champion. We already mentioned it yesterday. Sulaiman Azumi Aisha, 9 points out of a possible 11. And wait, did she?
Out of a possible 10 right now.
Out of a possible 10 right now. Of course, we're 16. So probably she can do 10 over 11.
That would be impressive.
She can do 10 over 11. That should be fantastic, right? And
she has
whooping 68 rating point that she has amassed. And if we have 68 to 119, so she's no longer playing in the under 2000 category. Let me not call Mickey out. Let me not call Zlata out in this scenario. What are you guys doing? The girls are going over 2000. What are you guys doing? Come on. She only lost one game so far, so good. She has been fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. She has been really crushing everybody. Yeah, she has been really, really crushing everyone. Anyways, let us quickly go back to the pairings, which we were looking at the other time. And we call them out one by one. We're going to be having Quick Pen Deborah. That was that. Okay, sorry. Yes, Sulaiman Azumi, the now champion, the incoming champion, because she's going to be, she's the champion already, but at least it will be official after this game against Belamo Jessica. And we have Samson Peace. He's going to be playing WCM Quick Pen Deborah. Bishop F6 is going to hunt Quick Pen for a very, very long time. Very, very long time. Bishop F6. In fact, I think from that Rook takes C6. It's gonna be the very first part. Rook takes 6-6, boy. If I
takes B3.
is it Rook takes B3?
Yeah, rook takes B3. Rook on B3, then king took, then bishop.
Oh,
F6.
rook on B3, exactly. Rook on B3.
B3.
I think the rook on B3 is not that clear, but until you now see that bishop F6, you're like, Jesus is. That's gonna be a very, very scary move. Anytime Quick Pen, thinks about it. She doesn't. She will want to delete that memory from her brain for a very long time. Yeah, it's very, very.
But like FM Dabi pointed out, yesterday she had a chance to just play F6.
Yeah.
Which would have just been completely crushing positionally, tactically,
Everything in all ways.
So,
and like everybody, Dabi also mentioned that a national champion needs to have a little bit of luck also to make it happen, which manifested yesterday. Anyways, we've seen that in 3D, and we're going to see for today also what exactly is going to happen in the opens category. Omori Sandra with a beautiful game yesterday. Now he's taking up Nwankwo Michelle Chiabaka.
The battle of
the juniors.
Yeah,
the juniors. Yeah, and we have Ofowolo Todeshimwa, the defending champion, who of course said she already admitted that the tournament this time around was didn't go the way she planned it, but it's okay. It's okay. And we see now the national stage in the not too distant future is now under a probability, according to what. Anyways, Ofowolo Todeshimwa is playing against Michael Bridget in this category, and we have Ajawa Chukwuyi playing against Onoja Yefu Joy, and Erabo Joy Felix is playing against Fabiano Karauna Fangirl, Abdul Salam Aziza. And that is it we have with the pairings, ladies and gentlemen. We can now conveniently go into the games one after the other. But we will be focusing more, I'll tell you for free, we'll be focusing more on the games between Odion Aikoje and FIDE Master Abdurrahman Abdurrahim versus Odirovsky in this.
And also the game between CM Olisa Tennyson and Keiloki Musa as white.
Yes, that will be followed, but I think.
Well, those are the two main games. So we have to follow them equally.
We have to follow them equally. Okay, if we're going to follow them equally, I think seems Olisa Tennyson might be in some interesting fighting chess going on there from the black side of the board. And maybe Keiloki Musa might want to record his very first win of the tournament. He just wants to make at least one, just one. In fact, this is the part where maybe Abdurrahman's fans, sponsors might tell Keiloki Musa, you know what? You can win this round, just win this match. You get a whooping 1 million naira. Into your account. I'll be like, what? So I'm playing for 1 million. Now he's now the assassin that is sent to play this kind of game, that kind of a thingy. But at the moment, we're having fights on both sides of the board. This looks like this. I would have sworn this looks like the Grand Prix, but the Grand Prix has D3 first from the white perspective.
So this is if we go back here. It started out as a Sicilian, and maybe there were options to go for G6. That would be
the dragon.
That would be the dragon. But
we went for the Najaf.
A6 was played. The Najaf Sicilian by Olisa Tennyson, and G5. The Bishop G5 Najaf. That's one of the sharpest of all the Najaf lines. I personally. The first time I encountered this was I think it was an article on chess.com, and I was still quite young then. I think I was in secondary school, and then was it the next day or something like that, or maybe like the next week? So I read the article, and then the next week I was playing in Chess Heights. I was still quite young. No one knew me at all. And I was playing in the chess sites. Then I was playing black against Nonso Oragwe. And Nonso already by then was known as, one of the experts in E4 lines. He was well known. Everybody knew him. And then because of, information I had in that magazine, I think I played Knight BD7, and I followed it up with some maybe some b5 and then b4. And, I got a very, very good position. Very, very good position against Nonso because he didn't know how to react. The correct reaction, I think my pawn was on e6.
Yes, pawn on e6.
Yeah, I played b5, b4. The correct reaction was to, put the knight on d5 and sacrifice the knight in that position. But, well, he had already castled. I think he had played queen e, he had castled. My pawn was on e6. So the correct reaction to this plan of b5, b4 was to sacrifice the knight. However, Nonso was not aware of all those nuances in that line. You want to ask something?
Yes, I'm trying to remember when the very first time I actually encountered the Najdorf, the Sicilian Najdorf. I had to go through Garry Kasparov's video. I had a lecture, a full lecture. I think I was only able to go through the part 1. I wasn't able to get to the part 2. So in the part 1, I was able to understand this e6 idea against exactly when Bishop g5, e6. But now, then knight bd7 was the very first move that first happened for Black. Yeah. Unfortunately, there was there is this was it the Spanish massacre, or I can't remember vividly that what happened. It was at the Olympiad tournament where they played, and like the 3 Spanish teams, they played knight bd7, right, and they all lost. They all lost because knight bd7 usually allows some kind of sacrifice on e6. On their pawn on e6.
Yeah. Usually the bishop would go to c4.
Yeah.
And if e6 is played and knight bd7 is played, then you always have ideas of. Let me just even make some moves on the board to.
Knight bd7, bishop c4.
I'm not. Don't quote me on the move order of how it's played. So
e6.
Sometime maybe bishop b3.
b3.
To leave that there, and then let's say.
I think it's bishop e7 because the way it worked then, they had to develop as fast as possible. If
bishop e7, it would be difficult to play b5 because of knight c6.
Knight c6, okay.
So let me see.
So
was it queen e2 or queen ed2? Not sure. So let's say queen e2, bishop b7, putting some pressure on the pawn.
Yeah.
And then, and threatening b4, something like that. Or maybe it was queen d2. Okay, it doesn't really matter. So castle long.
Coincide, yeah, and now knight e6 is almost possible.
And
Black, if white just decides to just do black plays bishop e7, there may be a problem. There's lots of problems.
Yeah, no. Bishop e7, yeah. Then there is bishop times
takes,
b3.
yeah, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes,
and this pawn is falling.
We are already looking at GGs at the very early stage of the Sicilian. But anyway, so I realized that immediately after this, I knew that knight bd7 doesn't work here. Can you please go back? According to the theory then, instead of knight bd7, go back, knight bd7, the e6 first, like was playing in the game, and now after e6, even if white plays bishop to c4, knight c6 was what was advocated for, such that there is no threats with, we end up, black mostly ends up, bishop takes knight at one point or the other, then pawn takes is going to stay in there because black is going to play maybe the usual queen d2, white is going to play queen d2, castle, working on the d6 pawn, the bishop is coming to e7, so there will be a time there will be bishop takes knight, and now expecting if the bishop takes bishop, then the queen takes the pawn on d6, you will have that far, but no, it will now be pawn takes the bishop, and the bishop is still holding on to the d6 pawn, the queen and the bishop holding on to d6 pawn, and it's very, very fun, playable for black. So I understood that. I was able to play it against Nonso himself, and of course I lost the end. I lost the end game, and people were just running around me, I'm like, yeah, just one move and just one tempo miss, and I lost the game in the end game. So I was comfortable with the opening as at that point in time when I was able to play against Aragon so as well, because I had an encounter with him. So it's interesting. If you want to play the Najdorf, you have to know all the theories against bishop. The same e6 you are playing against bishop g5 is the same e6 you are playing against bishop c4. Very, very important. But once you start saying the likes of bishop e3 or you are saying bishop d3, you just play your e5. You are not playing e6 anymore at that point in time because it is a fight for the d5 square. If white is leaving the d5 square to you, thank you very much. And again, once white can establish a pawn on d5, black is very much okay. So these are the nuances you need to understand when you're playing against it. Thanks to Gary Kasparov's video on the Niger.
Usually, not all the time actually. But
yes, the pawn on this d5. Yeah, not all the time, but mostly white. According to black, is comfortable once it's a pawn there compared to when there are pieces, major pieces, queen and rook looking out to the d6 square. I mean, on the d5 square. Yeah. So that is it.
So here, Keiloki Musa played f4, f4, b5. Okay, e5. Well, I'm not actually used to the theory of this line, so I don't know all these nuances.
I actually don't know what that is.
But I have a feeling that there will be some h6 at some point, maybe. Okay, queen c7.
Queen c7.
With the idea that if you take, then there is a queen e5 check. Let me put that on the board.
Bishop back.
Then there's queen e5 check, and yeah, whatever you play, then the bishop
goes.
Yeah.
But now,
and black is probably going to be better because the bishop is so strong that you don't want to lose this bishop. You will see that there are so many dark square holes.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, and this is not going to be a comfortable position for white at all. Like
so, white castles.
Like castles already, there are moves like bishop f5 and maybe
the king just moves in.
Yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable. But even if you don't play bishop c5,
oh no. Oh, it doesn't work because of queen e3.
I have no idea.
Queen e3.
What was that?
I was looking at the knight 4, but I also saw queen e3.
Knight 4 where?
Knight e4. There's knight e4.
Oh, okay.
Then I saw queen e3. So
okay.
that loses a piece.
Okay.
That would be scary. Yeah.
So maybe someone like bishop g5, and I think black should be better.
Yeah, I think black should be better in this kind of scenario.
And bishop b7. Already the bishops are.
Yeah.
So
looking at the pawn.
So that means queen c7. Of course, you're not going to take on e5. You're not going to take on e5. You are not going to take on e5. You're going to play. You're going to play something else. Let's say queen e2. I think both of them still know what's happening. Let me see how many minutes. Okay, Kei Musa Lucky spent about 3 minutes. So maybe he's already
out of the books.
Yeah, maybe he's already out of book.
Yeah.
And Olisa Tennyson is also thinking. So that means that probably both of them are. Because I think I know Tennyson well, especially if he's playing maybe against maybe a bit lower rated player, he would feel the need to just, if he knows the theory, he will just bang out his moves, make the moves very, very fast. But here, since he's taking some time after, after queen c7, yeah, he played it almost immediately. But after queen e2, he's taking some time. He has taken about 2 minutes already, so I think he's trying to work out the options to know what to do here, but probably maybe knight d7, yeah.
And let us also not always forget that at times these top players can be very trickish. They play on psychology. For example, there was a tournament. I believe Gary Kasparov was actually giving an analysis. He said in the opening, he knows the opening with the back of his hand, but during the game, he was actually acting like everything was just new to him. So it was taking time, burning time. Actually, he's the one now trying to lure his opponent to his own comfort zone. So the opponent was like, you know what, I think this guy doesn't know what's going on here. So by the time the opponent fully entered the prep, and now it was now blitzing his moves out. So it's actually possible, Tennyson, giving the vibe of,
there are many people with different styles. For instance, I think sometimes, let's say people like Nepo, if they know it, they will just play it. Levon, if they know the opening, they will just play it. But there was this time, I think, a story that Alexander Grishuk, he knew the opening till the end. And then it took about like 30 minutes thinking about that position as if he hadn't.
He has not seen it entirely.
Yeah. So some people pretend, some people take their time. Me, I don't pretend, but because of the number of opening analysis, sometimes I have to take time to remember I remember I was in preparation once against Femi Balogun, and I took about 20 minutes. Like I knew the line, I really knew the line, but I wasn't pretending. I wasn't pretending, but I couldn't remember all the details, so I spent like 20 minutes trying to figure it out. And then when I figured it out, he was on the odd seat throughout that game. I think he managed to draw somehow at the end, even though I was like maybe a pawn up or something, or 2 pawns up. But anyway, this pawn, I don't think it's a free pawn because of the threats to the back rank with rook d8. So for instance, queen captures will be met by queen captures, then knight captures will probably be met by
knight takes pawn immediately.
Knight takes.
No, but the background. Okay, knight takes, yes. Knight takes knight
there
takes
is
b5.
knight takes e6.
But the problem with knight takes e6 is the pawn can easily take.
Yeah, but the pawn takes and then you still have rook.
And the king just slides away to f7.
Yeah, but you win your piece
You
back.
win the piece back.
And you have the 2 bishops, and you also have, like, this is just winning.
It's a massive winning.
Yeah, this is winning.
Yeah. Or if it is knight b5.
To knight b5.
Knight b5, and now f7 is to walk or bishop e7.
Yeah, f6 is not good because
f6,
of knight check.
Knight check is terrible.
So everything
the
is
king
not,
cannot run, and
yeah, this is bad. So
also bad. Yeah,
so that's why you can't take the pawn yet, I think, and then because of black pieces are not yet developed. So most likely, Tennyson will try to find a way to develop his pieces, making sure that he doesn't get into any problems with knight b5 or stuff like that. So
yeah.
We are expecting a move from Tennyson anytime, but we'll come back to this. Let's see the other really, really important game here. It's so NF3.
Of course, FF3 was actually waiting. I saw him. He got there first, So he played in FF3. He was like, what is Black going to do about it?
So Odion came late to.
There is audio. At least we have audio here. Until you increase the volume from where you are, except you want to say the volume is not too great. Oh, they can't. Hold on a second. If you can't hear us, then what seems to be the problem? This is giving me the audio vibes over here. Yes, now it's there. Okay, I just increased the volume a little bit so that to make that to that point. So, sorry about that. I was supposed to be following the live stream myself. Got engrossed with the. There's a difference between it being low and not to. Yep. So, do I have anybody saying their messages? Volume, exactly. We can't hear you. Oh, so sorry. Blah blah blah. I'm so sorry about that. Yes, drop your. Yes, drop your, what is it called? But you can hear me, Funny Bros Comedy, thank you very much. What do we have here? So sorry about that. Somebody said, is it really cold in the hall? It has to be cold in the hall, come on. The hall is full-blown AC. GMJ1 is saying, can you win? Please kindly compile all your what is it called together, your predictions, so that it works very well. And I think let's go back to the games. Mr. Rotimi, let's go.
All right, so knight f3 is not revealing anything. It's just
like
let's see how you react. So knight f3, knight f6, g3. Now, okay, is going for a Catalan-like setup. Probably he has something specific that is prepared against Odion. So bishop g2,
of
bishop
course,
f5.
we expect that also.
Yeah, castles, e6. All right.
And c4.
So white, actually, Michael Izogu is, interestingly, is an expert in this line as white. He plays these systems a lot with d4 and with c4, and I've been put under pressure a few times. I've checked the line, but somehow, there are so many details. Sometimes you forget. But here, Abdurrahman doesn't play for d4. He plays for the direct c4, which means that that's a completely different line anyway. So d4, c4 is played, pawn to c6, queen b3, quickly putting pressure on b7.
B7, yeah.
I first saw this in the Olympiad qualifiers. This was what Abdurrahman played against me, and I think here I played a new move, sort of. I played the move queen to c8, which I had been working on, and it was a fight, like it was a crazy fight, and then it ended in a draw. But Odion is known to play queen b6, so it's
so probably this is the plan.
yeah. So queen b6 is played, pawn to d3, sometimes with the idea that you want to chase away the queen with bishop e3. So knight bd7, cd5. Yeah, I remember I've looked at this line a bit so as white, and I think I remember this. cd5, queen captures on b3, pawn captures on b3, ad5, and it seems like both of them still have not used too much time. But remember, Odion started the game with 1 hour 20 minutes because he came late for the games, and so bishop d2, b4, of course, bishop b6, knight c3, and castles. So I'm guessing that part of the idea here is, apart from the minority attack, there is also, I was going to mention the move knight a4 with the idea of knight c5, which is what Abdurrahman has played. Rook to c1, maybe knight to c5. There's also maybe at some point in time b5, trying to do a minority attack and create some weaknesses on the queen side. So
hold on. What do you mean you can't follow up? Can't you still hear us? Because I believe we shouldn't have issues with microphone anymore. Can't you still hear us? Mr. Brave Dave, can you hear us? Is it good? Please, if you are listening, if you're watching, if you can hear us, just kindly send a message to affirm that, because we believe the audio is good at the moment. If from our home back end there, the audio is good. So probably you have to turn the volume up from your side. Turn it up. Turn it up. Can you imagine? Did you just say we are not loud at all? Jeez. It's loud from here, sir. I think you have to increase the volume of your iPhone 17 Pro Max, sir. Just increase the volume of the iPhone 17 Pro Max and you're good to go. I'm so sure it isn't from here.
Maybe also like on the YouTube.
Yeah, your YouTube volume also. Can you please increase the volume on your YouTube? Yeah, that's another one as well. Huh?
All right, let's quickly go to Tennyson's game, because it seems like either there is a
glitch.
I think there is a glitch actually. I think there's a glitch, because after queen e2, knight d7, castles, queen captures it.
Captured? We just talked about capture. It's a glitch. It's a glitch. This is a glitch. We have to go talk to the technical guy. This is a glitch. It doesn't work that way. We are interested in that game, so I'm sorry.
Okay, so while the glitch is on and Chief Wills is helping, I think I would like Josh himself to join me.
But
great.
Before Josh joins you, let's not forget that Josh is actually playing closer to the exit door in the Open Masters category.
That's not even true. That's not even true.
Josh is a well-known strong player, perennial top 20, most likely. Players played in the this thing qualifiers, right?
Yeah.
In the national championship qualifiers. I can't remember. Probably at the end of the tables.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just joking. What's happening? Which one should we go to?
Let's talk about this Tennyson's game first, please. I mean, the opening choice, I'm a bit surprised. So he went Yeah, so after F4, B5, this is the Polugaevsky variation. I mean, for white just has a direct way here, E5, takes, queen here. White should continue and just take and just. It's a forced line basically, where after like 11, 12 moves, white just has an advantage. It's just winning. So I mean, it was a surprising choice. So maybe we should go. Can we just play the line out and see?
Well, the thing is that, so for instance, Tennyson showed some ideas in some previous games. So
Okay.
it's not always 100% clear if he's prepared or he's just, freestyling it. But where do you want us to go back to?
Yeah, so from here, captures, yeah?
Captures on
Yeah,
E5,
so after queen C,
Queen C7.
yeah.
putting
So
pressure
white
on the pawn.
should take the knight.
Okay, takes the knight.
So after queen check, bishop E2.
Bishop E2.
Yes, bishop E2.
Queen E5.
Yeah, queen
Queen
G5,
G5.
yes. So castles. Is it
Oh.
castles or queen D3? I'm not very sure of the line. I don't know. Castles. Yeah, okay, castles first, yes. Then I think there's rook A8. Rook A7 rather.
Okay,
Yes,
A7,
then queen D3.
Queen D3.
This is how I remember that the line goes, yes. And then white just claims that, I mean, black's king will not leave that center without something dropping.
Okay, that's fair. But there have probably been some development in line. I remember the first time I saw this, maybe it was in one of those old articles by all this Kasparov, and when Polugaevsky first played this, I
Yeah.
think everybody thought black has the two bishops and easy play. But
Okay.
then after a while, I think white players started coming up with some improvement, and then like you said, it seemed like white was better.
It's just
Yeah.
that it's just faster.
But with engines, right now it's possible to make any line work.
Okay.
It's possible to make almost any line work.
Fair
I've
enough,
had
fair
some lines in the Karokan that to be honest, they are not supposed to be playable. But with the help of the engine, I discuss.
enough. Make it work.
Yeah, we discuss a
Okay,
lot, and then we'll
interesting.
make it work. So sometimes,
Interesting.
yeah, things like that can happen. But if
Interesting.
most likely what happened here, I
Mm.
think there is a technical glitch, but most likely what happened here was that
Mm.
after the castles
Yeah.
and black played
No, you
25.
can't do that. You can't do. Yeah, there's some knight takes.
Yeah, I think this is the current position actually. This is the current position. So
Current.
yeah.
Interesting.
So I'm a bit surprised by this move because it looks like there is knight b5. It looks like there is knight e6.
Yeah.
I am completely shocked. I feel like we'll soon get some video feed from Tennyson versus Keiiloki Musa. I feel like that's where the action is happening. So
You
in
can actually see it has been corrected. You guys see
yeah, but like a video feed.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah.
We want to try to understand.
What is happening?
Yeah, the
Because-
Abdurrahman versus Odeon game looks like a calm game. Looks like it will last for like another 200 moves. But this one
There's
might
fireworks
be.
happening. I
Yeah,
mean, it's very. I mean, I don't know.
I'm
If
shocked.
he takes, I mean, if this is what happened, then I'm as shocked as you are. I mean,
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. I just said it's not possible because I just said there was knight e6, there was knight b5, and probably both of them are good, and I didn't
Wow.
even bother to look at anything anymore. But I mean, if Olisa Tennyson is playing it, but these pieces are not even developed.
they are not. That's the funny thing.
Yeah.
And I think the threat is just knight b5, knight c7 mate. Yes.
Yeah, knight b5, there's
Knight
rook
c7,
d8 mate,
Rook d8
there's
mate.
knight
Okay,
c7 mate,
I mean,
there is.
how is it supposed to stop this?
Well, we don't want to distract the players, but yeah, the camera is on them.
Okay.
I don't understand. I think knight b5 has been played. From what are you seeing that?
Oh, I can't see properly. I'm
There
sorry,
seems
man.
to be a knight on
Okay.
that square, but I'm not sure. Maybe it hasn't reflected on the
Oh boy.
board yet.
Oh boy.
We don't want to distract Tennyson, but okay, let's.
You see, I still have to. I mean, I'll keep harping on the opening choice. He didn't even need to play the Polugaevsky. I mean,
yeah, but like my thinking was that he was so prepared that he was confident that he would play it against Keiiloki Musa, but this looks.
oh boy. Oh no.
This looks
And to be honest, I made my predictions a couple minutes ago. When I saw the opening choice of Polygaevsky, I said white wins. So I don't even. I mean, Tennyson is my teammates on the Oyo State team and all of that, but I just don't believe in Black's position.
Actually, this if White indeed wins, that is Lucky Musa, I think Tessie fans will be really happy. And now they will just start, praying, for Odion and his
to win. So does Odion need to win? What if Raman draws?
If Raman draws, then Raman wins. Like Raman will be ahead of Tessie. So for Tessie to be in contention for
Odirov has to win.
Yes, for Tessie to be in contention, both Tennyson and Abdurrahman have to lose. So
interesting.
And already it's looking like White is just much better. But one thing that is well known in these circles is that Tennyson is tricky. So if he can find a way to even stabilize a bit, just a bit, not too much, just a bit.
Okay, let's find the tricks after knight b5. What does Black play?
Knight
b5. What tricks?
Well, the first thing that I looked at was f6, because I mean you have to stop the threat of mate somehow.
Okay. So after knight c7.
Yeah, this is just horrible.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we're on the video now.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Chief Wills. I'm not even sure. Is this the position that we had on the board? Were you able to catch the glimpse of the board?
I didn't even.
Yeah,
the camera just left immediately.
Yeah, I understand. So that not to disturb the players and their concentration.
Psychology as well, so they won't feel like something's actually really, really happening on their board.
Yeah.
So knight b5 is possible. Knight e6 is possible here.
Knight b5, I honestly think it's pack up.
Not even knight e6 is even pack up.
This is now that day is over. Knight b5.
No, what will you do to knight e6?
Look at his body language. I think he's a confident man right there.
Yeah,
I think he just played it.
Very first win from the tournament. Very first win.
Well, he has made a move, but we are still trying to see.
I think you're right that it's a nice move on that place.
No, if you look, okay, wait.
And Tennyson has also made a move very fast. Wow. We are okay.
Exactly.
We've got the
Knight
move.
b5 was played.
Knight b5, f6.
Yeah, f6. Then we have knight check, knight 4. In fact, as a matter of fact, you have knight c7 check. Now, wherever the king goes to, then you have the quiet bishop to e3.
Bishop e3.
And that's a
rook.
That's a whole rook.
Oh, but the bishop can go b7, can he?
Bishop go b7.
Yeah, he will still be down a piece, right?
Takes
That's even if you want. Maybe you want. No. And now you now have you now have rook to d.
Exactly, rook d8, and he picks up another piece.
That's a paralyzing turn.
Oh boy! Oh god!
That is crazy.
This is tough. I mean, I cannot but just talk about it.
If you have not seen a beautiful girl today, you've seen one. Hi.
What's this? What's this? What is this? What is this? Polygaevsky in a must-win game. What is this? What is this?
Even worst case scenario, push for a draw.
What is this?
Ouch. That was close. Even worst case scenario, just go and play solid.
I'm quite sad. This is shocking.
I understand what everybody is saying, but I haven't played Tennyson, and knowing the weight of these final rounds, I know that there is a lot of tension. Sometimes, like even if he plays the Polygaevsky, I think it's Tennyson normally with easily he would calculate and see that queen captures on e5 cannot be any good because of knight captures on e5. This is not even like difficult for him. This is like easy. It's too easy for him.
Wait, do you realize that position, where we have to sacrifice the knight, usually comes up in many tactical books, puzzle books. It's a thing. It's like it's been there for a long time.
Especially in this Bishop G5 Sicilian.
Yeah, Bishop G5. It's
Knight
a
B5
thing.
is a
And there is something that I love about the Lichess opening, Lichess what is it called? Interface. After you finish a game, right, you can actually request for puzzles on that opening itself. You have loads of variation on that particular opening that you can actually encounter. So this is so scary at the moment.
So apparently, Chief Wills, we didn't even need that Bishop B3 move. We could just take on this.
Just take, right?
Yeah,
and
just
after
take
Bishop,
Rook down
then
there.
just Rook down. Another piece is going. Another one. But okay, another one.
So
Honestly,
it's just down a Rook.
a whole piece. A whole piece. Right
A
now.
whole Rook.
A whole Rook. And this is, I don't know. It's going to take a miracle to come back from here.
I mean, I don't want to sound superstitious, but the stars kind of trying to align for Cersei here. Is that what's happening? Because
Well,
I mean,
let's see the stars. Let's see if they are really aligning. Let's see what happened after.
What are the
Abdurrahman's,
odds? Okay, let's check Rahman's game.
Yeah,
It
so
looks like-
Rook E8 looked like a very awkward pawn to defend. Abdurrahman, after, let me see how long he thought. Wow, he thought for only 1 minute. So that means that he's still maybe in some sort of preparation
I think.
with some knight d4 coming up. Okay, A b6 was played, then knight d4.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how long it. Around like 1 minute. So
Somebody said this position was AI generated.
yeah.
That it's just not possible. This is AI generated. This is not real. This is not real, guy.
Okay, so the
Yeah,
first
the
move with Abdurrahman out of book, I believe.
That's interesting.
Rook captures on A8, so he
jeez.
has to be following it up with a special. Aha! I wanted to say that F4 looks very strong suddenly because of this bishop here. That looks like it might be in some slight trouble, and maybe for the time being, it's not possible to use the A file. Maybe even Rook here can just easily be made by Bishop C3 without any problems. Without any problems. Apparently, don't quote me yet.
Yeah, I mean,
So yeah, F4. Look, yeah, it looks thematic. I've seen this. I think I once saw this was the first time I saw this idea was in a Kramnik game.
okay.
I can't remember against who. It was a Kramnik game. Of course, Kramnik is well known for playing knight to F3. Starting in the opening. So yeah, F4 with the idea of F5, and maybe, of course, it's not like you're winning the bishop, but maybe if you start playing moves like this, then the bishop gets
out
yeah.
of the game.
yeah, you can even
H3.
follow with H3, G4, and then it's going to be
Things are happening.
black
Things
might
are happening.
turn out to be playing a piece down. But of course, that's not the end of the analysis. You know, we know how Odion is. Odion is well known to be
A trickster.
yeah. So he would always have resources. But it seems like, let's go back. Something has happened, and maybe I believe
Yeah, the check.
knight c7 was
Black
played.
move,
King
yeah.
e7.
Oh, okay.
Bishop
King
f6, and you can see what I mean. You know, it starts like this. Of course, Chief Wales was mentioning
Yeah,
maybe the
bishop
simple
E3.
bishop e3, just keeping the bishop. You are still even threatening, you know, this thing cannot go anywhere. But Kei Lucky Musa already started to go wrong a little bit. He has played knight f6, giving up his bishop.
Bishop.
Yeah, and
Knight takes rook.
knight takes rook is probably what he wants to play next. So yeah, I think bishop e3 made a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Keeping the
Okay,
bishop.
It's only
and-
I think it's the only move because the rook can't even come down there now since the king is here.
Yeah,
So we're thinking we'll make rook d8 work. I think that's what-
yeah.
Okay,
But
so after bishop b7, how do we proceed?
yeah, bishop b7. But you just
Okay,
take
now
the-
the check will now come. Abi, is it the same?
no,
variation?
I don't think we need to do the
No,
check.
no,
The
no.
check allows king f7, which means that our bishop will be hanging.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
so why
see,
not
I
just take the exchange?
Rook
Okay,
first.
okay.
Yeah, take the
So
exchange
what happens next?
and develop.
And
What's-
develop. Yes,
yeah.
that's the question.
The
Fair
And
enough.
Fair enough. Yes, develop. Or
Yeah.
there is let me see.
How do we put the pieces here?
There is a tempo on the knight. You know, there's a tempo on the knight, and after the tempo on the knight, that loses the pawn on a6.
Yeah, it means
That's on that
the
pawn.
knight on b8 cannot move. Is that it? Yes. 'cause
Yeah,
you lose
that's
the
the
knight.
bishop.
Okay.
If bishop quietly goes to a7 right now, say, you know what, I want to take your knight. So what are you going to do about it? So now, if the knight decides to move, the pawn on a6 is looking so free.
No,
Do
but
you
if he
understand?
attacks the knight will attack the counter attack
Yes,
the
yeah.
bishop. So maybe there's check.
Then
again.
bishop now goes. Can
This is
bishop go
five
back
check.
to check?
This is 5 check.
Yeah, but
we
So
don't
we're
want to
playing
lose.
for
yeah,
We don't
develop
want to.
and
We
then
don't want that.
taking pawns. I mean, the whole idea is just taking a pawn, but I mean,
Okay.
I don't
We
know.
don't want. We
It's not bad. It's not bad. You can take on aces. Yes. Yeah, exchange up, exchange on the pawn up. This is easy.
Maybe.
Well, it's not
But maybe
easy,
he doesn't have to.
It's not easy anymore. It's not easy anymore.
Well, I don't know
Allow
about
the
it's
bishop to
not.
come out.
I don't know about it's not easy anymore.
It's
Like it's not
not.
easy to convert generally.
Yeah,
Is what I was going for.
probably I
Not
might
not
agree on that a little
not this thing. But there are so many ways to develop. Even if you
just
play
a
the
quiet
move.
H3.
Yeah, I was going to say, but not maybe not even H3. I was going to say, okay, let's say Bishop E3.
Just bishop E3. That bishop
Sorry?
E3 solves a lot of issues.
So just Bishop E3,
Yeah.
Knight captures,
Knight takes.
and I was going to say that maybe even if you want your rook to come into the game
Yeah,
In-
bishop,
Wow.
bishop.
in a this thing way, maybe H4 with Rook H3 might even be possible. Might be possible. But
I just didn't want the knight to gain any
to
tempo
get
on the
get
bishop.
some but you can just withdraw this thing.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
so H4, Knight G4.
H4 makes sense. H4 makes sense.
Knight
okay.
G4, there's bishop here, and the bishop from this
Always
diagonal is still
controls a
useful.
lot of
Yeah,
area,
and then rook can
yeah,
just
yeah.
come into the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, yeah. I like this idea.
Yeah, so I mean there were many ways, but if you're going to play, if you're even going to play this move, I'm not sure why you should. But wait, how long did it take? I'm shocked by some things. It took some time before playing knight b5. You know, knight. Okay, well, I mean it's. But I'm surprised by bishop times f6. I'm really shocked. Like I really like this bishop. Like
I love it.
it will hurt me. It will hurt me to just give it up for
For a pawn when it can be
yeah.
avoided.
Yeah.
Especially when it can be avoided.
Yeah, you know, he probably didn't just
Yeah.
take enough time to,
And-
you know.
and this is the
now
problem.
Black is scared.
Yeah,
he's
he'll
getting
gain
ready
some
to
accords.
Yeah.
And now I think the main threat now is that after knight g4, you know, there's some. I mean, for Black trying to get the exchange back and all of that. I mean, it just feels like White is not very
Yeah.
coordinated.
So Tennyson will be looking happy now. In
I
fact, I
mean-
don't even think he's in danger anymore.
Actually.
Yeah.
Actually.
So like I told you guys, I know how it goes. I've seen this a billion times. You know, the stage there is a lot of tension and Tennyson is a lot of tricky. And
Oh, that's
K.
fair
Musa
enough,
Lucky
that's
is
fair
still new in this territory.
Well, fair
You know,
enough, fair
if
enough.
if he had maybe had a few of these tournaments under his belt, then most likely he would just handle it with ease. But I have a feeling actually that Tennyson will win this game. Yeah. Even when I saw the move, knight b5, I was still thinking to myself that Tennyson, I think is destined to win this particular game.
But okay, let us go back. I think were you able to look into the knight takes e6 perspective?
Okay,
Because
so
knight takes e6 also
Knight
very fantastic
E6.
in that position.
so earlier instead of knight b5, there was also maybe knight e6,
knight e6.
Okay.
and with the
It's still
threat
threatening
of
me.
this.
Yeah.
So the question is how to proceed. I
Yes,
think we were
still
looking at
f6.
f6.
Then rook check.
No, will this work?
Yeah,
Okay,
rook
then
check.
taking,
well,
then
so
taking the
just simply
bishop.
take the bishop, and then you're pinning both the bishop on f8 to the
Okay.
rook, and also the knight on b8 to the rook. So now when will you develop those two guys, and
Yeah.
how soon? And because now there's another threat of bishop to f4 coming.
I think this particular position is completely winning. So if there is something to be said, it has to be said here, in this position. If there is a move to be made,
No, there's not. Okay.
you know, so
No, there's no move
if
to
we have
be
to
made,
look
yeah.
for a move, f6, if we have to look at something, it has to be here.
F6,
If it's not here, then that position is completely lost for Black. Like I feel it's even more lost than knight b5. So knight e6. So the question is there a move here?
Well,
Is there knight bd7? Is there something?
the idea is, personally, I feel knight b5 is cleaner. Why? Just because you gain the exchange. Yes. I mean, after be3, not that bishop takes f6. So after be3, I gain the exchange. I keep my bishop here. So I feel I'll be able to convert that. I mean, the other position you talked about, yeah, I mean, it's a bind and all of that.
Yeah. I always and Abdurrahman and I, we
To
always talk
suffer your
about
position, your
yeah.
opponents. God,
Abdurrahman and
please.
I, we always talk about those kind of things that usually, you know, he would tell me he doesn't like to win material, and I agree with him. The thing is that the bind usually in that position, that's paralysis. Like you can't even move.
Well,
FE6 after FE6, rook D8, king here, rook captures here. This rook can't move. This knight can't move. This bishop can't move. This rook can't move. And our next moves, and here, one of the advantages is that we don't have any problem with, we had to make some artificial moves there, like rook H4, rook H3, rook getting into the game. But here, with the simple, I don't even know what to play. With the simple bishop E2 and rook F1, you will just shake your opponent's hand and then say, yeah, you did well. Yeah, because, I mean, okay, what can we suggest for black here? Just a move, any move.
King G6.
King G6. All right, let's put the bishop on F4.
The name of the Lord is a strong tower.
There is no move anymore.
There is absolutely no move.
Knight can't move here. And if this knight moves back, then of course, bishop D3.
Oof. Okay. I concede. This is 9:59. I have a game.
Yeah, so Master Josh, thank you so much for joining us.
Nice
wishing you the best in your last round game.
Thank you.
So that is Master Josh.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Hopefully,
All the best.
the tactics he helped us to solve here would help him in his game. So yeah, this is the current position on Kei Musa Lucky, and I believe that maybe the worst is over for Kei Lucky Musa. The worst is over for Tennyson. I mean, what I mean is that in terms of practical terms, I think that Tennyson has enough, things to confuse his opponent, and if he's careful and he pays attention, I think he has chances to swindle here. I am Abdurrahman, still slugging it out against I am Odion. I think he's trying to decide between playing the immediate pawn to F5 or first of all starting with bishop to C3. So pawn to F5. This rook probably can't really capture here. I think there is bishop to C3 attacking the rook, and maybe the rook has to move somewhere, maybe A2, and then this bishop is still hanging. So that's why F5 is possible, but also maybe bishop to C3 might also be possible. But after F5, immediately, maybe there is bishop H5. This pawn is hanging, so let's say you play bishop C3, but then pawn to C5 takes, and once this knight moves, apart from the fact that it's D4, there is also bishop captures on E2. So that's that. All right, so okay, so not to forget all the other games, we'll just quickly we'll look through the other games, and then we'll come to tell you what's happening on this board. But so currently, the winner of the female section, Aisha Azumi, is white against Pelomo Jessica. So G3, G6, bishop G. So it's symmetrical. Fianchetto. E6 is played. Usually, okay. Usually you don't usually, play combine G6 and E6 because it weakens a lot of dark squares around your pieces. But maybe it's still too early. It's just something to keep in mind. So castles is played. Knight E7, D4, controlling the center. E4, with complete control of the central pieces. B6, I don't know. This feels passive. It feels like you should try to establish some presence in the center. But B6 is played. Rook E1, bishop's pawn to c4, white is gaining a lot of space in the center of the board, lots of space in the center of the board, and she's well developed. Pawn to d5, pawn captures, and e5. That's a very standard way of treating that sort of position. So, take once, making sure that there is a pawn on d5 blocking this bishop on b7, and then following it up with pawn to e5. And now this bishop is blocked, and then this pawn chain also blocks this bishop. And well, with your pawns looking at this side, there is this. Sometimes people are wondering, okay, what side of the board should I play on? There is this idea that we usually have, that the side of the board that your pawns are facing. Of course, this is not always the case, but here I believe that some ideas on the king side are nice. Develop your knight to c3, maybe develop the bishop to h4, maybe f4, maybe play pawn to h4, pawn to h5. I would really be tempted to play pawn to h5, pawn to h4, pawn to h5, even maybe pawn to h6, and just completely clamp down the black pieces. Pawn to c5 is played, knight to c3, just developing. Pawn to d4, of course, I'm just remade my knight to d4, so that's fine. Pawn to a6, I don't like these moves. These moves are very slow. But maybe she was trying to prevent knight b5 and knight d6. But these moves are very, very slow. She has made a lot of moves that are not really, fighting for the center. Bishop g5 is played, and the current position is knight c6. So this is the position we have right now. Is there a tactical idea? Let me see. Let's calculate some few moves. Pawn captures. What's that? Huh. If I don't see anything direct, I'm thinking maybe h4, h5, but maybe there is something more direct here. So let me force myself. E6, f6. I think that holds for black. Okay, why not? Let me see. Pawn to e6. Pawn captures an f6. Bishop captures an f6. Any suggestions, people? Any suggestions for a move in this position? The position looks really good for white, but I can't see anything decisive. If I can't see anything decisive, I feel like I can just continue with pawn to h4, pawn to h5. But maybe there is something more forceful here that can just, maybe even almost win. Maybe dc5, bc5. What happens next? And this pin, is there anything happening?
If you were considering h4, h5, what happens after h4, h6?
Yeah, I was just hoping to weaken. The black king side.
So you mean you're going to dash back with your bishop now to?
Yeah, I can dash
to e3.
I can dash back to f4.
F4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think just bringing the bishop to f4, and then maybe continue with queen d2, putting more pressure, and then rook a d1, and all my pieces in the game. Continue with maybe pawn to h5, and I would probably sacrifice on g5. So that's that. Okay. what we can say is that white has a comfortable position.
It's good to okay, Musa's board. I think.
So let's go back to
Looking.
Lucky Musa's board. It seems like maybe there has been some updates. So after knight captures on a8, bishop h6 check. Bishop e3 was played, trying to prevent the knight from escaping, with this bishop, so that the only square it can go to is knight c7, and after knight c7 it doesn't have many escape squares. All the escape squares are taken away, but knight c7 was played anyway. Bishop to b7. Tennyson is really trying to trap the knight with maybe rook c8, making sure that this knight doesn't escape. Knight 7 d5 was played. Knight captures, bishop captures, rook captures, and now it's 2 rooks and a bishop
versus 2 knights, bishop and a rook.
Yeah,
Jesus.
but maybe it's trying to simplify it's trying to make it easier to play the position, because now at least maybe he has some clear plans. Bishop e2, get the rook into the game. This knight might not be so easy for this knight to leave this position because it's always and maybe he will try to play for some queenside activity. On the other hand, Tennyson will try to make use of his knights to create some threats, because now he's not even trying to draw, he's trying to win. Yeah, he has to try to win at all costs, because he has no idea what will happen on the Abdurrahman versus Odeon board.
Because if he loses, this can just Abdurrahman probably just needs to draw.
Yeah.
Because normally you're supposed to probably be holding together, you're looking at these bodies already is in a drawn position, then you know when to start pushing for, towards the middle or towards the end. But now there's already looking gleam, or for one party, the second party is just already like, you know what?
Well, I'm a bit shocked by Abdurrahman's move. I would have, like earlier, after this, after rook a2, I think I would have taken some time to first of all to protect this
Pawn.
bishop, to protect this pawn.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe with the bishop, I don't know, maybe with the pawn, but first of all protect this, protect the pawn on b2, and only then play for f5. But playing f5, because this bishop right now is not even doing so much, so why are we chasing it to a square where it wants to go to? Why are we chasing it to a square where it wants to go to? Let's just keep this position. Play bishop c1 maybe. Is it bishop c1 or bishop c3? Or even rook b1. Yeah, I think I like bishop c1. Just keep the bishop on c1. Let me see if there's any tactical idea. So pawn to c5. After pawn to c5, should white take? Should white take? Or should we play a move like knight d6? Knight d6 with the idea that taking here is not what black wants ordinarily. With this idea there, maybe there's knight d6, maybe there's knight d4. This is not the idea that black wants normally. Even though he has won a pawn, the pawns are tripled. They are not looking too fine. Yeah, and bishop here. Let me see. Knight d4, something like that. And if the opponent doesn't take, for instance, bishop h5 is played, then maybe just make sure not to make any blunders. Maybe just rook e1. It seems like this bishop is going to be a problem, but for now, the activity, if you can use the activity to generate some problems to, if black can use the activity to generate some problems for white, maybe white will never get the chance to play h3, g4, and f5, binding this bishop. But okay, so current position f5, bishop h5, rook b1, pawn to c5, bc5, bc5, and this is the current position. And it seems like Abdurrahman has slightly misplayed the position.
Or intentionally played the position?
I don't think so. I don't think he is happy with this position. Because what you would normally like is for you to have a bind without counterplay, but suddenly if this knight has to move, then that means that this pawn on e2 might be falling. And that's definitely not what you want. So maybe he wants to play knight b5 with the idea that if bishop captures, then there's knight to c3. But that doesn't work, because
Why?
there is bishop captures on d3, and knight captures on e2 will be met by bishop captures on b1.
Now you lose it, and you don't want to lose that rook.
No, you don't. Definitely not. So that's why that doesn't work. And if that doesn't work, then
What does?
yeah, what's his idea? What's his idea?
How about that still doesn't work as well?
Yeah, check that.
I was trying to see the knight. I was trying to see the knight takes pawn angle.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't seem to work also.
Knight takes pawn. Okay, let's go with it. Knight takes pawn.
Okay, nice. No, okay, let me go back. No, this is the position I said bishop captures on b5. So
Oh, okay. So, and maybe knight c. Knight c.
no.
No. No.
The black rank is safe.
It's safe.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's
knight
no-
can jump in there at any point in time. Sure.
Yeah, so okay. Like I said, let's quickly check out the game in the female section. So a6 was played, bishop g5, knight c6, and queen d2. So this is the current position, and preventing h6, trying to bring the rook into the game. I still like the idea of h4, h5, maybe even h6, and yeah, that's the current position for white. On the black side, let's see. Samson piece is white against quick pen. Quick pen apparently is going to finish in second place. So knight f3, knight c6, d4, cd4, knight d4, knight f6. Knight captures on c6, b captures on c6, bishop to d3. g6. This is some sort of dragon. Bishop e3, bishop g7, knight d2. I don't think this is a theoretical line per se. They've just, just gotten a position where both sides are developing. h3, so that probably at some point doesn't want knight g4 to come into the game. Maybe castles, there is knight g4. Probably castles, there is d5, and at some point maybe knight g4. Okay, h3 played, d5, counter, attacking in the center, pawn to c3. Fantastic. Yes. We have
No, my phone.
we have some great legends. We have some great legends in fact, one of the biggest legends of the game. I am Olape is here. Multiple. I think Chief Will should do the introduction. I think I can't do justice to this introduction.
I'm scared of Will's introduction.
You mustn't be scared of Chief Will's introduction. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen,
Bonzo.
and here in the house with us is no other person but a multiple-time national championship winner, multiple-time Olympiad representative, and he's also is now the players' representative on the NCF board. Is no other person. And again, the best coach so far so good, who has won multiple golds at the National Sports Festival for Oyo State. Yes, if you want to play for Oyo State and you have a talent, just reach out to him. Give it up for the Undertaker, International Master Olakwe Bumi. How you doing, boss?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice being here today. Yeah. I've been struggling to a lot of activities didn't allow me to, but yeah, I am.
For the tournament, for the championship, of course, we have your players over there, Triple A,
Tennis
scene. Who else is out there in Oyo State?
Femi Balogun.
Femi Balogun. Imagine 3 of Oyo State players are
What's his name?
Biola Akisheye also, can you imagine? So, of course, if we say who are you rooting for to win the championship,
Yeah, I can
it
tell.
has to be one of the players.
I can tell you one that I'm rooting for.
Who would that be?
Rahman.
Abdurrahman, Triple A.
Triple A, definitely.
Triple A. Anyway, what about in the female category?
Of course, Azumi has won the. So there's really no need to.
Probably you had someone you were rooting for before,
Of course, Joy Yefu Onoja, yeah.
Yeah, she's also on Oyo State.
Yeah, Oyo State, definitely.
So there's a
No,
bias.
no, not really about Oyo State player, but I feel that at some point she deserves to, just like Triple A too.
Yeah.
You know, for missing out the last time also, like, of course, he's equally a very strong player. You can't play Rahman and say you're going to find it easy.
Yeah.
Definitely, Rahman is probably one of the top 3 in the country. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
you can't rule that out.
Yeah, there is also something we've been doing for every of our guests, especially our veterans, because we don't have these histories out there. We just see you guys storming the field. We don't know how you guys did it. So we would like you to, for a while, just take us through the journey from when you started playing chess. In fact, when you first introduced to chess, till when you started becoming national champions, and till when you were like, because right now it's like you're semi-retired. So can you just walk us through that journey?
Okay, let me correct this notion. I'm not semi-retired. I'm still fully involved. I'm just taking my time. You will see the best of me soon.
The comeback of the vampire.
The return of Undertaker.
The return of the Undertaker.
Yeah, let me tell you about my experience and how I started playing chess. Of course, I started playing chess some time ago. Precisely 1996. Precisely 1996. And no one really taught me the game, but I had a brother, he's late now. I had a brother that he was a UI student way back, so he used to bring the board home, play with his friends. You know, I used to view chess as a very boring game, like this guy, because I always seek his attention whenever he's around, but you know, he's so engrossed in the game, like he doesn't have time for anybody with his friends, they play till evening. And of course, to get his attention, I felt maybe I need to just start looking at this game, like somehow I got interested and I actually got the basics right from that age. So of course after the game we'll all go out somewhere. It takes us, especially when he's on holiday, so he takes us out and we just catch fun like that. So I learned it over time, like that way. And luckily for me, it was the same year I learned, and I went for the secondary school games, and of course I won a gold medal at winning for Lagos State then. So winning a gold medal at my first tournament really spurred me on, like yes, you got to go. These are the. So from that 1996, a lot happened. 1998 was, of course, because I got so addicted to chess that I hardly had time for any other thing.
Even more addicted than your brother.
Yeah, more addicted than more addicted than him. And at that point, that it almost affected, but I was able to manage academics, but I was able to manage my secondary school years very well also. Like, it's just about planning your time, really. Like, there is a lot of correlation between academics and chess. It's just about planning, just like in any other endeavor. Like, you know when to do this, you know. But at that point, I didn't really know because I was young and I didn't really know how to plan my time very well. So I was more into chess. So after winning then at some point too, I won within that period in 1998, I won quite a number of Opens event. Opens event then was general event, general category rather. You have, apart from the female category, you have all the, so I won between that 1996 and 98, I won quite a number of tournaments in the open section. Of course, my aspiration now turned to the master section. There's this general belief then that when you come to the master section, you have to be baptized. Some people get to the master section and some hardly get a point. If you are lucky enough, you get like half a point out of probably 8 or 9 games. So I said, this is not going to be that. This particular one that I'm going to, because I got fed up of playing in the open section, so I wanted to just test the hands of those. And that was the particular year I got my nickname Undertaker. Like they said then, I took them from the under to take over. So
that was like from the open section to the master
section. Nobody had such record before, so I tried to make a difference in coming to the masters first and change the narrative, just being baptized. So I was able to, I didn't win it, but I was joint second.
Okay.
So it was very close. So I got the name by, I think, Dapo, Adu, and Ojon, because I dealt with those guys in that particular year. I did a lot. So a lot of people were surprised. Fola Akintola too, he was the regular, like anybody, even without knowing how to play chess, he was synonymous. The name of Fola Akintola in chess, it was synonymous to chess in Nigeria. Like, Fola wins everything, Fola Akintola, the legendary IM. So Fola, I defeated Fola in that tournament, so a lot of people were surprised. So my name came out, and the following year, I got an invitation to play at the Olympia Trials. Olympia Trials then was 1998. 40 players will be invited, selected from the rating list.
Yeah.
So 40 players will be invited. So 10 draws from each stage.
Oh, okay.
Like that till they get to the final 10, and you all have round robin. So the first stage I won convincingly. I got to the second stage. I did well, but I was able to qualify. The third stage I almost dropped, but I just managed to get to the final. Then the final stage I won, defeating guys like Tashe was my nemesis way back then. I win other strong guys, but along the line, Tashe would be the one to just win me. As in, even if I had a very better position, I wasn't always comfortable with that. His bowler hat. Like, he doesn't show any emotions. Tashe would just sit down there and just keep quiet. No emotions. Unlike then, Dapoadu was known for shaking his leg. You just know that this guy is in trouble. Other guys too, but with Dashe. But I was bent on making a difference. So I defeated Dashe. I was so happy. Came tops and in the tournament, and also then a little bit of politics was played. Or whenever you get to like playing for the national, playing at the any international event for Nigeria. So, but by winning, it was quite difficult. I was a newcomer to the renowned players. So it was difficult for anybody to have played politics then. So I was able to qualify and went for the Olympiad in Elista. That was my first international. Represented Nigeria outside the shores of the country. I played at some NEPA tournament way back at Egni. Those were international too, but the real the one going outside the shores of the country. got to the Olympiad. Those guys I've been reading about in the British Chess Journal.
You met them.
Alexander Shirov, Robolevsky of Russia, those old timers, Peter Leku and stuff like that. So I was able to meet them one on one. So glad to. So that has been a little bit of my chess journey.
But let me ask you, a lot of players when they are growing up, they are trying to become better. I always wonder how in the previous generation, here we have a lot of tools. We have Lichess, we can solve puzzles, we can play online. We have books that we can just download. Just go to a site, just download the book, we'll get it. But during that time, how were you able to train to even become better? That you were even beating the legendary players like I am Fola Akitola?
There were not enough resources then way back. Of course, then we'll make photocopies of books that we get at the NCS of it. And people were like, the way back, you have a material, though you don't want to reveal it.
Then you audit.
You find some players that are opportune to probably have some people abroad that will get those books for them.
Okay.
That will just be their main tool to beat. So they won't want to reveal it, but somehow we're still able to get for some people. But I in particular, I was not that kind of book player.
Yeah.
I never relented on books alone. So, but I like to go through games a lot. There is this thing that I used to do, of course, it's one of the secrets which the youth really need to know more about. So, you find in British Chess Magazine, their positions.
Yeah.
Okay, you arrive at the position and they bring out the diagram. And I usually watch the games of Grandmaster, so I try to cover
the next
before
move.
the next move.
Okay.
So that
okay.
I can try to solve the puzzle if I can get it, thumbs up for me to think that means I can think like a grandmaster.
I see.
So there were a lot of tasks, puzzles that I had to solve, and I learned a lot of opening from looking at games a lot because I was fond of looking at. But the theoretical books, I never relented on it. Or maybe Bayo Adegboyega. He's a more theoretical player than I am. So I was more of that kind of player that learned from the scratch. Try to see I watch a lot of games, which I still do up till now.
Okay.
I watch a lot of games and I try to tax myself.
So these games that you watch, you mean YouTube, or you just look through the games that they play?
Yeah, I usually check the online tournaments.
Okay.
On ChessBase.
Okay. So you're still very, very active in the background.
So don't underrate Undertaker.
He's coming back.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Okay, Chief Wills, please.
Yeah, we know of some dramas that usually happens in national championships, right? Because we heard of one recently. Satubui became a national champion from David. David was here yesterday with us.
Okay.
Right? So he was able to give us some keys to the time past, of how these things work. So the very first time you became a national champion, who were your rivals back then, and how did you topple that field ASAP?
Yeah, my rivals then were, of course, Dapoadu, Odeon, not the ones that I played some. I played Dapo. That was one of my top rivals. But at the competition, the final game was the one I played against Lolo Mari George.
Oh, okay.
Lolo Mari George. Yeah, it was the one I played in the final. I played a lot of other guys. So I guess I played Escabari at some point. So I played if I can still remember, I played some.
I thought Escabari would be younger then.
Yeah, of course it was definitely young. It was young. Well, I played at it was 2011. That was my special year in chess. I won virtually everything. Got my IM title in Sudan also, and at the zonal championship. Zonal then, Sudan was part of, Egypt was part of our zone, so it was a more difficult zone then to. I was joint second some Egyptian kings. You have the Sudanese, you have some other countries, Uganda.
I think the very first time I met you was at Friends of Chess. I came into the tournament hall and I wanted to play, and Tunde Fakoli was one of brought me there. So we sat down in the hall, and the next thing the pairing was out. I saw Mr. Dashe. I'm meeting him for the first time, and I'm hearing, who is your opponent? Tunde Fakoli was like, who is your opponent? I said, one Bumi Olape, because then there was no waiting beside anybody's name. There was no title beside anybody that will probably create one kind of affair or something like one Bumi Olape. It's not even here, so go and start the clock. I don't understand. And the next thing was Pembalek was like, that's my coach. I'm like, you are beating me. No, you're calling my opponent your coach. Definitely that person is going to be a very strong player. He did not even say, don't worry, you can try. He did not say anything like that. I was like, it's not like it is completely over. And the next thing was, Dashe now came to my body. Games have started. Who is your opponent, young man? I'm like, it's one Bumi. Undertaker just carried his phone. Hello? Bumi, where are you? I think you said you were coming in or something. But your opponent has started your clock. No problem. I saw the person in baggy. I even want to ask the history of the baggy jeans, the baggy top. Just came with his face cap. The face cap is always, now this is straight. It's always like 90 degrees, 45 degrees to the side. And just
that's when I used to be a gangster.
So he came in and sat down, and next thing I know, Sicilian, Bishop G5, I can remember. No, Bishop C4 against the Sicilian. I was playing the night job then. I was wrapped up, very easily. And what was exciting was after the wrap up, I expected the fish, he walks away, but it was not like, oh no, next time this is from this position, this is what you do, what you do. I'm like, oh, okay, thank you very much. I actually understood that part of that line from that perspective. And then that was a very fantastic way, The next thing I now heard is international master. But I'm like, oh, but that's not fair now. Why would they pair me against me and nobody? First round for that matter, they didn't even wait till maybe middle round. I didn't know how the Swiss pairing works back then. So it was fun having you around. Thank you very much. And we can actually dip into the games. I'm sure you'll be. Are you here for a while, or you'll be going very soon?
I'll be here for a while, but not so long. I lost my mom yesterday, so I'll be having a lot of visitors. So, but nevertheless, she's old and
The best condolences.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyways, we can just dive into the game, because when it comes to chess, Lakpite doesn't want to hear any other thing, food, anything, just wants to deal with pick up. He has been learning a lot, from all these things.
Lakpite he's such a fantastic streamer also,
I told him
an analyst, yeah.
He has
He's
the
doing
talent.
well, yeah.
You see, Lakpite, we have to make this thing bigger next year.
And a fantastic player. Like the most surprising thing about Lapita is this blitz of 18. The master of slow play suddenly turned I don't know how the transformation happened. Like
the funny thing, I played Lakpite Blitz like 2 years ago. And we sat down, I think it's in the hall there, and we're playing Blitz, and it's easy to flag this young man. Just flagging, who have a decent position, but I'm going to flag him. I think I was able to flag like 2 or 3 times. And the next thing I just started seeing last year, winning Blitz events. I'm like,
surprising.
Maybe the guy where they flag that time it is. Next thing, though, of course, if we play like 5 games, maybe it's 3-2, just know that those 3 that I won, I flagged him conveniently. You understand? But I was not surprised. He's winning.
But now, I doubt if he will get a game.
I don't think so. I don't think I can get a win against him anymore.
Yeah.
He's a beast. Oh, what's happening? So we can talk about the game.
Yeah.
Sorry. It seems that there's something happening on the boards. Like I can see some movement, because the last move that Keiloki Musa made after Bishop to C5, according to this database, is that he played knight here, and Tennyson played knight captures on D3. So I don't know what kind of controversy is happening on that board, because I don't understand how you would willingly give up
the exchange.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Maybe you can refresh the
Yeah, no, that this is
No,
the
no, no, look at it.
this
Look
is
at
the
it.
knife.
Is up in there. Is there a touch claim or something?
No, now that's not possible. Like, how do you miss that the knight is on this field? What, like, because it's obvious that there's some controversy here. There's some problem here.
Yeah.
Like, you can see Lucky Musa's head on the table. You can see, and it's what looks to be an arbiter, and yeah, and if this ends, it can affect. You know, if it's a controversy, it can affect what's happening on the.
Exactly.
Yeah, but let's stick with. Let's not even talk about what it will affect. But it's clear that there is a. It's clear that there is an issue somewhere.
Does it look like he has resigned? Am I seeing resignation? Is it back in the board? Looks like he's signing.
It looks as if they're packing the board.
Looks like the game is over.
Is it possible to get Tennyson? It's about to disappear. So we'll get Tennyson to the plane. That's just weird. I don't know what
Weird.
what that's about. Like you, Bishop C5 is played. Rook D3.
There's Rook B3. There's
Rook, There's Rook B3.
there's
There's
Rook
Rook C3. Yeah. Even probably B4 is a move. That's
strange.
Like you can. But what was even really okay? Well, we'll have Tennyson here in a few moments. What was really strange here was okay. Let me allow Tennyson to sit with you. Sorry, Sorry, Tennyson, come and sit here. So, like, what really happened there? The final moment in
Dropped
this.
his rook on D3, left it, and he held it again for a split second.
He dropped his rook.
He dropped the rook.
Then for a split second left it here, but his hand left it, so I called the arbiter and it was recording on video.
Yeah, that he left it.
Yeah, so he had to leave it there. He played this next, but he had to leave it there.
So that's how.
Even this final position, I don't know why he resigned there.
Well, he's going to be down. He's going to be down the piece. But although he has some pawns for it, so maybe he can fight. But
Bishop
maybe he doesn't want to.
6 pawn. Oh,
Please, Saturday, you do us a favor. You're going to increase your voice volume this time around.
okay,
Because
sir.
last time our viewers were like straining to hear from you. Please, thank you very much. I'll prepare a little bit of volume voice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no. Let's delve from the beginning of the game. We
Okay.
were very shocked when you played the move. Here, you played the move. Queen captures on E5.
I don't even know what I was smoking. Like, it is that I know how to take the pawn. I've already played Bishop B7 in my head. But then I don't even know what happened. Because I've seen this position so many times. It's like a very, very obvious blunder. And I went ahead to take the pawn. So play just Bishop B7, then continue with the game. Because this is okay. It's completely okay. Bishop B7. Now he needs to defend this pawn. He can't do this knight takes. So I'll just move away with the queen.
Knight captured on this. Okay. No, you can't.
Can't do it.
Can't do
Can't do it. So like I was like, I've already played Bishop B7 here. I don't even.
Okay.
So this won't happen in a game against Papa. I'm like,
So after this move was played, queen captures, knight captures. Were you more worried about knight B5 or were you more worried about knight E6? You know, white had two options here. Which one were you more concerned about? Because well, let me not tell you the conclusion.
But eventually, after
No, knight
knight captured on
E6.
B5, he
knight B5 is better.
uh,
But I don't think 93
Yeah,
was
because
possible.
96 we thought was actually maybe
yeah,
crushing.
I feel 96 rook check
We thought it was just crushing because after this, then your pieces are just paralyzed.
are paralyzed.
Not
Yeah.
really though.
Yeah, but now there's bishop D3 and rook F1 coming.
Bishop D3.
Yeah, and rook F1 coming, and you can't develop the queen side, you can't develop the king side.
Yeah,
This looks.
that would
We
happen.
thought this was just GG's.
That B5 looks enticing.
Yeah, but after 96, no piece can
Yeah,
move.
96
No piece can move at all.
I don't even understand.
Yeah, Yeah, so we're surprised that you took on e5 because knight, even if knight b5 is not winning, knight e6 is winning. Everything was winning, so we're a bit surprised by that.
I swear.
So nerves of the final day or what?
Things are like prior to this game, I was like feverish, like I had to take drugs, but I did not expect this to be the case. It was like, yeah, just continue. This was my plan. Just continue developing because I don't see how he continues this game actually.
No, but this is supposed to be a well-known position, I think.
Yeah, this is a well-known position, but just an obvious. Like this is something that you make in a blitz game.
He played badly.
You know? That's it. That's it.
Yeah, there are so many IMs here, so much, so much firepower in the house. You know?
Did he blow
Congrats,
that?
that's it. You won.
He dropped his
Yeah,
piece and he wanted to play rook c3, but he played rook d3 and he left it for a split second.
If I say we become national champion, I'll be.
I don't even Jesus.
Odion's game is even now. There's no way anything happen unless Odion cracks us. No, there's
complication.
There's nothing in that position. There's complication in that position.
I've not seen the.
Well, it's strategically imbalanced. At least, at the very least, you always have to be worried about your bishop on h5. Let's because the bishop on h5 can get into trouble with h3.
I saw it.
Maybe that's what Abdurrahman is always playing for in the long term.
What about
But
is taking like a counterplay with the that's why I play rook a2.
yeah, there's a lot of counterplay for black with pawn to c5.
Black to play at this point.
Rook a2 knight
Yes.
b3, rook a4, right? So
Black-
what happened after rook a4?
Back to play here, Uli. Doesn't this drop the pawn?
D4 looks.
Doesn't this drop the pawn?
Yeah, drop the pawn.
I saw the
This drops the pawn.
he played badly.
Is it the correct position?
This is the current position for the to play.
Yeah, but maybe he has a knight b1 first. Knight c1. So after d4.
Before knight c1.
Yeah, after d4, knight c1.
Oh,
First chasing the
okay,
bishop and
okay,
going
okay.
away and then moving the bishop to safe somewhere. Yeah, so it's still a fight. But right now you are leading by a whole point, right? Depending on how this final game ends. So leading by a whole point. So that means that officially Tessie cannot get a chance to play a tie break because at some point it was looking as if Tessie, if you lose your game and Abdurrahman loses, then Tessie might get a chance to play in the tie break. But now, the only competition that you have to worry about is Abdurrahman's game. So all right, so one leg in the to the cup. It's all up to you. Well, we'll leave you to go and rest and maybe prepare for a possible tie break. But if there's no tie break, we'll be expecting you back here with a full review of your entire tournament. All right, so that was I Am Tennyson explaining his. Sorry, you can move. I Am Tennyson. Let me also explain his game against Kei Lucky Musa, and well, it seems luck was on his own side, not on Musa's side. So that the game ended with a terrible, tragic blunder with Rook D3, where Musa now realized that he had maybe put his Rook on the wrong square, and then and that was it. Knight captures on D3, and it's game over, more or less. So that's that game. So all eyes will be on the game between Odion and Abdurrahman. But it seems like Ohikpo is here too. He won a very nice game against. He won a very nice game against FM Bomo. We couldn't really follow the game. We were only following the top two games. So maybe we'll just take it. Just explain to us from the beginning how the game went.
Okay, yeah, it's good to be here again. So I began with D4, D5. Okay, yeah, let me just do this. And we have Queen's Gambit declined, Knight C3, then Vienna. Prior to this game, I didn't do so much work on this, but I just felt like I should be able to play good chess. E4 is the standard way of playing bishop b4, and then bishop takes c4, sacrificing the pawn. So we have knight takes, and I think the last time I played him around 2023. I played the move queen c2. That's queen to c2. Sorry, I played queen to c2, and I won a very good game there. But this time around, after studying that game, I saw that I could just simply castle, and that was the main improvement.
Is queen c2 actually theory?
It's not. I just played
okay.
chess there, and knight takes, and then bishop e7. So here I was out of theory. I forgot what I was supposed to do, but I know that I have to play rook e1, and and knight e5. If he plays knight d7, then I sack. That's what I remember. So if, for example, if I play rook e1 and he plays castles, which he did, and knight d7, that I'll play knight e5. Sorry, I think I'm not very used to modern technology. So if he plays knight d7, I remember I think I have to sack. I have to sack on f7, if I'm not mistaken. But
Sorry, let me take you back for a second. If you go back, if a second, no,
yeah,
go back.
yeah,
Yeah, here after take on c3.
yes.
So can you tell us why taking on c3 with the bishop is not good? Like for black to just win another pawn, why not? It's a pawn.
Okay, yeah. It's not easy to just win another pawn like that. I mean, if you take this, obviously I have to play rook b1, and I'm threatening to play rook b3 and also bishop a3.
In some situations, I think bishop a3, just sacrificing the
Okay, yeah, but
rook on a1 is also possible with some tactical ideas.
yeah, but the idea now, see, is that, for example, let's say you castle. I have ideas with this. Sorry, no, not rook b4. That was a mistake. I have ideas with rook b3, and if you play bishop a5, and I have ideas with rook b5, I can quickly, the attack comes very fast. So I've given a pawn and I've gotten this attack. My rook has come into the game quite
So early?
so early to come and kill the king. So obviously you can't do that. Yes, bishop a3 I think is part of the plans here too. But I think you are mixing it up with this, what do you call it? This the Evans gambit, where they play bishop a3 and sacrificing the rook. But I know rook b1 should maybe be it. But bishop a3 might also be another option to sacrifice the rook, and it's to be an interesting one. So yeah, going back to the game, but obviously in a classical game, you should be very, very worried about capturing pawns unnecessarily against top players.
No, I can reveal to
Yeah.
you that taking the pawn is not good at all.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, obviously. So, yeah. So we have bishop e7 and rook e1, castles, knight e5. So sorry, this was where my preparation ended. Technically, I had to play with my head. I only knew that if he plays knight b to d7, knight d7 here, I have to sack. That's what I remembered. So knight c6.
But he's actually winning from there, like capturing on
Just
f7.
better. It's just better for whites. But then I'll have to play that endgame. So then knight takes c6. I thought this was the most logical option. I'm down a pawn, so I have to get compensation for the pawn, and I got it in terms of giving my opponents this the weakness of the doubled pawns. And I went for something here. I just wanted to tickle him. I think that's what I did here. Queen h5. I don't know if this is correct, but on the board I thought for some minutes. I couldn't find any reasonable way to follow up. I didn't want to bring my bishop out to f4. I mean, that was the only place to put it. And I just said queen h5 should be it. He played g6 here, queen f3, and I was attacking this the pawn. The idea is that if he plays bishop b7, I play rook b8. I think rook here, and I was calculating something here. I'm thinking I was calculating something here. Bishop here, and rook takes. No, yeah, I think this was what I was calculating over the board. So this, I calculated this over the board. Takes, and king h8, and this is over. I think this should be a very fast win. So. Which I know it won't happen.
What about rook g8?
Rook g8. I think I can bring my pieces in very fast. Right? No? I'm coming.
No, what happened to bishop f6 also?
Bishop f6. Are you sure my calculation was not wrong in the game? But I was calculating this and I thought this was better. Perhaps I wouldn't have. I would have calculated all the way before.
If you had played it.
If I played it here, I would have calculated all the way. But I was saying this. So g6, queen f3, bishop d7. I just felt this move didn't feel right. I thought maybe this doesn't feel right. It's just clamped. And then I came up with a plan to. Initially, I removed the rook from this defensive point on f8 to e8. Yeah, and I was seeing ideas with attack. I have to start attack because obviously the reason I gave up a pawn is so that I can get a very quick attack. So I have to attack obviously. I played rook e4, and there were so many moves on my mind there. Bishop g5 was the top of the moves I calculated while I was thinking over the board. I also saw c5, and I thought c5 should run into rook f4. I don't know, it might not be correct, but and then rook takes f5. And this I thought should be winning, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe this is, I don't know if,
because
yeah, it looks
gf5 would remember
yeah,
queen g3.
Queen g3, yeah. So,
You can just please put down the button.
okay, yeah, so queen f5, gf5, queen g3 should, is winning. My queen gets to this, and if bishop g5, you just simply take with the bishop. You are threatening discovered, and everything is collapsing for the black king. So let's go back. After rook e4, he played bishop g5, obviously. Bishop takes. And yeah, I thought to myself, I shouldn't lose this game in general because there are a host of dark square complexes. There's a popular GM that said that the easiest games to win are the ones where you are dominating on a color complex. So here I saw that the color complex-wise is dark squares are weak. So if I can pry open the dark squares, and there are very few defenders of the dark squares, I can get something there. But first of all, James also said bring all your pieces into the attack. So I just played rook e1. I didn't want to think. I wanted to play h4 first before rook e1, but why not bring the rook in? Yeah. And then rook b8. I really don't know why this move was played. I have no idea what. I couldn't find moves for black though, but I don't know why this move was played. I was thinking over the board. Perhaps there's a hidden plan, but I couldn't see it. I played h4 to attack, obviously. Queen e7. This I thought to be the best move because any other place then I can easily remove the queen from the board. And he can't go to h5 to exchange queens. I'll gladly play this endgame. I think I might shift away, but it depends. I'll have to calculate it over the board and see if I can go for the endgame. But after queen e7, I said, yeah, my plan, I still have to go for my plan. h5, queen g5, rook e5. Obviously, I want the queen to leave. I don't want the queen to be available when... I'm sorry, go back. Let me go back. I think at this point I was anticipating before h5. After, hold on. Yeah, takes, h4. I'm sorry, hold on. Yeah, instead of rook a8, I was anticipating after rook a1, king g7. I don't know. This was something I was thinking about. Perhaps it might not be correct though. The idea was so that I could bring my pieces back into the defense. At any point in time, I can easily play a move like rook g8 or king f8, just start to run away. Or even queen f6 to exchange, but that will be met by rook f4. Still, I was thinking about so many things. I mean, my mind was racing at this time. I felt I was winning already. I don't know, the engine might tell us something different. So rook b8, h4, queen e7, h5. I start to follow my plans. Queen g5, and this move I felt was not correct. You can't just make moves like this without any concessions. So rook e5, queen d2. I think this was the losing move of the game. I think after this move, after my next move is lost, it was supposed to play f5. Okay, yeah, this was the engine was recommending. Yeah, it was supposed to play f5 here, and I wasn't going to take just yet. There were so many things on my mind. I was thinking of taking first. I didn't consider queen e2, although this is something I'm seeing here, but I didn't consider queen e2. Maybe I would have considered it if he played it, but in my mind's eye, I thought I could just wait and play good chess. And let me show you one trick here. If he plays the move queen h4, I was seeing g3 here, and then in a funny way, my bishop comes back to f1, and he loses his queen. Yeah, he trapped the queen. So I was very, very happy about what I was doing in general. And we have queen here, rook on e3, and here I thought I can never lose again. So showing one line, I saw calculated queen here, queen f6, queen a3 is met with pawn takes. And if pawn takes, we have the move rook takes e3, and this should be over. So for those that want to see everything here, we can just simplify everything, and this should be mate, bishop takes, and bishop takes, and this is mate. I think, what was I saying again? Apart from this, after rook here, I also saw, I saw the move after rook, sorry. After this, I also saw the move f5 here. I saw the move f5, and I thought I could just take. I don't know how correct it is. Takes, and then queen g3 first. Idea is to come here. And if he plays a move like king g7 or king f7, king g7 is worse, king f7 is the best, but king g7, I thought I could play this. Queen takes pawn, and rook e7 is met with rook takes. I think this is over already. Abi? No, there's a tactic I'm saying, no. Yeah, this should be over. Yeah, queen capture the one, but it doesn't work. I think I'll just simply take
I actually thought.
Yeah, even the rook on
is hanging, yeah.
I actually thought if you go back one move, I was even thinking that, instead of after queen g3.
Yeah, after queen g3.
King g7.
King g7.
Queen e5 check.
Okay, yeah, queen e5 check first.
I'm not sure.
But it goes to f7, no?
Yeah, and then rook h3 was.
I considered this. I considered this too. Yeah, this should be.
Rook h3, rook d1 is empire.
No, really.
Like it's empire.
After king f7, rook h3.
Yeah, king f7, rook h3. But then
the rook will be hanging there.
It's not hanging. Queen is protected.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so he can't do this. He has to go for this, and then takes, bishop takes e6 should be over, I guess. You cannot take the rook because your rook is hanging. So bishop takes. This should be losing too. I mean, from this point, everything was lost. But then he shot me and played something that I actually did look at in my calculations. I looked at everything. Obviously, you have to look at e5. I mean, this is hilarious. I was just looking at ways to win. So many different ways to win, and it was funny. I also looked at the move he played in my calculations. I looked at king f8, and I thought this shouldn't be correct because I had queen f6 and rook f3. So I had to demonstrate over the board. Queen f6, it took. I think he had to sacrifice, give everything up. But any remaining player might play queen f2 or queen e1, or even queen e3. But queen e3 might be terrible because I'll play rook f3 and rook e3 and rook f3. So queen here g takes, and mate is unstoppable now. Rook f3, queen e1, king h2, king g8, queen takes, king h8, and queen f6. The idea is after king g8, we have rook g3 mate. This is the second time I'm beating him under 20-something moves. I think the last game was 24 moves, and this is 26 moves. So I'm very happy about even though the tournament didn't go so well for me, but the end was good. So far, so good.
You get some elos from.
Yeah, I get some. I get some elos. Yeah, sure.
And you beat some really strong players, and maybe this is a good. Is it like trampoline for the next national championship that you feel like, okay, last time I could beat some strong players, this time I'm even going to win it outright?
Yeah, if they let me come back, obviously I would.
You're already an established player.
I would love to come back here, and it's good to actually get to show my games. I like showing ideas, and I'm very happy. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ohikpo Bartholomew, for joining us in the studio, showing us his win against FM Bomo. FM Bomo is multiple, national champion. So,
but tell Bomo is here. Tell him to report here. We have some bottles to. I'm on live stream. that part has to be.
So we did that part out. So I mean, we have like 2 games already decided in this section. We should probably check in again on the game between Abdurrahman and I am Odion. I think we last left it around here after f5, rook b1. And knight b3. And some people might be wondering, okay, but Odion can win a pawn. Well, not exactly. There is a move, knight to c1, with the idea that you are attacking the rook and you are also attacking the bishop. And, black is bound to lose something here. So in that case, maybe the best option would be to play bishop times, and then after knight times, go back and say, well, okay, sorry, go back somewhere, and say, well, at least I have 2 pawns for the piece. But that obviously is not enough. So Odion did not take the bishop. He instead played rook a4, moving his rook to a safe square, keeping it active, controlling out of squares. Rook e1 was played. So people might be wondering what's happening. You know, why is Abdurrahman playing so many defensive moves? Rook b1, rook e1. So the strategic battle generally is this: Black is on every move. He more or less has to make some threats. You know, with his queenside pieces or with the rook. You know, has to disturb the harmony of the white pieces, because if he just makes a passive move, then white has ideas of completely binding the bishop, you know, ideas of h3 and g4, and suddenly this bishop is looking trapped. So that is why on every move, Black has to be, he mustn't like relent on the initiative. Like he just must continue to make some threats.
Rahman is overly passive, like not the kind of game I will have. Although he needs to be cautious in a way too.
Yeah.
And I know how important this particular round is to him, but I guess he's just been a lot too defensive. Like he needs to come up with some gangster attack somewhere along the line. Like
Yeah. So rook a2, bishop to c3. Once again, if d4 is played, like we were pointing out earlier, you know, knight c1. First of all, chasing the rook away, and then moving the bishop to a safe square maybe. So instead of that, b6 was played, protecting the pawn, and the thing that we've been talking about, you know, once Abdurrahman gets the chance, he probably wants to play h3 and g4. But first of all, h3, making sure that the knight doesn't even get this square. Of course, the main idea is to play g4. d4 is played, knight c1, like we mentioned earlier, and now after rook a1, we're expecting probably bishop to d2 be played to protect the bishop from capture. And you know, Odion here is still making some threats, so we expect, what do we expect actually? How do we expect him to defend, or does he intend to sacrifice something on g4? How is he?
this is a tough one.
Okay, so the first thing I'm seeing here is rook b1. Putting pressure, trying to make use of the queen side pawn. So yeah, and he played this
b3.
rook
b3 is
b1.
possible.
Rook b1. If b3, what about rook b2?
Rook b2.
There's always some threats here. If the bishop moves away, then there's always okay. It's not even possible. Knight to
It's not
c1.
possible. Bishop can go to f4.
Okay, bishop going to f4 with the idea of g4.
g4, yeah.
So what to do?
The bishop looks trapped to me. Probably I may have to sack it for 2 pawns or something.
Yeah, we're trying to sack it for 2 pawns. The question is how is the best way to sack it? So let's go back. Let's try to see how is the best way to sacrifice this.
From this position.
Yeah. Let's.
Has it got into this position?
Yeah, this is the current. This is the live position.
Okay.
This is the live position. Sorry,
Okay.
he hasn't played b3 yet.
Okay.
So, but b3 makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
You should not allow too many pawns to be captured.
Yeah. So b3, how? Because Odion, of course, very tricky, very tricky. He has some ideas of how he wants to. How he intends to escape.
I feel he will probably be striving for a draw after the loss of the bishop.
Okay, let's see. What about knight e5? Is that an option?
the g4 still goes there. G4 pawn still.
Yeah, still g4. Yeah? So which piece are we sacrificing? Okay, okay, no, that's not on this board.
I think he'll probably want to still maintain the bishop. Maybe one of the knights will probably go.
Okay, let's take with this knight, yeah. So that we keep some central control.
Yeah, and still the attack on the F5
Yeah, still attack on the F5.
and somehow the D7 the D2 pawn too is under
Under enough pressure.
pressure.
Yeah, so maybe something like this, yeah.
Yeah.
So like this.
Bishop E4 looks okay for a man.
Bishop F4.
No, Bishop E4.
E4, okay.
Yeah, you have
Okay,
you
to
have
protect the pawn, yes, of
D,
course.
the D5, D4 rather.
Yeah.
D4 rather.
D4. E4.
Oh, sorry, E4.
Okay.
Sorry, E4. Bishop E4.
Yeah, to protect the
The F5 pawn.
F5 pawn. So the F5 pawn, yeah. Not so clear. Even if you manage to, because the number of pawns have reduced, maybe you can just continue to exchange pawns and, like even a move like pawn to G6, you know, trying to say that, okay, if I exchange all the pawns, how do you even want to win? If I exchange all the pawns, since you can't promote anything, how do you want to win? So that's an option, but this is the current position. So we're expecting is B3
B3.
sure?
Yeah.
Okay, B3 played. So this is the current position now, B3 on the board. And now we want to see what IM Odeon has in mind.
I'm trying to figure out how Rahman can get the knight out because the knight seems to be having serious accommodation issues.
Yeah. Okay, rook B2.
Odeon played rook B2.
Yeah, let's try rook B2.
Rook B2, Bishop F4. Thinking that maybe at some point the bishop can get to F2 something. C7 at some point.
Yeah, opens we get to C7 and just start munching on pawns. Bishop F4.
It's going to be a long game. A long game.
Yeah, it's also. Oof. Okay, so still the best thing we have is this, sacrificing on G4 at, somehow. Yeah, but I was mentioning about, every move kind of has to be a threat. So it felt very strange when he played B6. So probably from B6, he already decided that he was going to give up he was going to give up a piece. I don't know which one he wants to give up, maybe the knight or the bishop.
Is the pawn on H2 or H3?
No. It was when he played B6, Abdurrahman now had the time to
Okay.
play the move H3.
H3.
Yeah, threatening. Because if he wanted to, earlier, he played B6 and then only then played D4. If he wanted to, earlier, he could have just played D4 directly.
I felt the knight on B3 was kind of a bit dubious. Maybe he should have played the knight, retreated the knight to F3. I mean for Rahman.
Yeah, but if he, where can he, okay.
Maybe he can go back a bit.
Yeah.
After this move.
Yeah, but he didn't want to. He was trying to win this bishop. If he goes to F3, that means the bishop can always just
Go
take
grab the pawn.
knight. Yeah, the knight on F3.
Oh, okay.
So that was probably why he was feeling okay. You know what? He wants to win. He just wants to win the bishop by force. He doesn't want to exchange
even
it.
Bishop G4 should win the F5 pawn.
F5 pawn. Yeah.
Okay. Now I see the idea. So that looks like the only obvious move. The obvious move.
Knight B3, rook E1. Okay, so this is the live position. H6. Odeon played the move H6. Says, you know what? I'm going to sacrifice it anyway. So if G4, I'm ready to sacrifice it anyway. Take it if you want. So probably Abdurrahman will trying to take it in the best possible way. So maybe he might not even play G4 now. He might even try to play another waiting move.
Maybe delay.
King F2, maybe. Is that possible? ask your opponent about king f2 knight e5.
He has to just play it now.
You
It's
should
now or
just play
never.
g5, yeah?
Mhm.
Yeah, but h6 looks like, it's like, okay, take it. I don't mind. Yeah, so okay, g4. So the question is, which piece are you giving up?
Fill the knight. She give up the knight.
Okay, so knight captures, pawn captures, bishop captures, bishop f e4. Yeah.
Mhm.
Is there any way to go after this pawn, like this?
Because I'm looking at how the knight can get out. It's probably via e2.
Yeah. Okay.
Via e2 at some point.
So
So
to control it.
that bishop is going to be some problem for the knight to get out.
But what about this idea? This idea of king f8, king f8, and improving the king and coming for this pawn.
Yeah.
Is it even possible?
Fantastic idea also.
Possible. It's not easy actually.
And I feel if you can get the pawns connected on G and H,
Yeah.
can give some problems in the ending also.
Sorry. Yes. It's not as easy as
It's not
it's not
easy
even
at all.
easy.
It's a very tough one. Very, very tough.
Yeah. King f2. I don't know. I feel like the king needs to start also improving somehow.
Yeah, getting close to.
Improving and controlling some important squares.
Wow. If Rahman wins this, he deserves a GM title.
Wow.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
But at least he's comfortable with. But he doesn't need the draw. That's
Yeah.
just it. Of course, he can't lose this definitely.
Is it definite?
It seems definite to me. Like,
Yeah,
he can lose. Like your earlier idea with his own king too has to come up.
Improve, yeah.
It has to remain passive for a while.
Wow. Okay, let's just quickly, so that we don't forget about the female section. We didn't even look at them at all. Torishi versus Bridget. Let's see how that looks as if it was an attack, and we have you here. So I know that all attacks will be, you will simplify how it happened. Queen f3, 92, controlling e4 square. Probably after bishop b7, black was threatening to play knight e4, putting his knight here too, but after knight d2, you are controlling here. c6, queen h3.
That's GM Amon Somoto's idea. The first Zambian GM. I don't know if you heard about it.
No, I'm not.
Amon, yeah. It's actually after this GM form, I think the second guy to get a black guy to get a GM title.
Oh, okay. After Solomon Kenny?
No, before Solomon.
Before Solomon Kenny.
Before Solomon Kenny.
Okay, after Maurice Ashley.
After Maurice Ashley. Yeah.
Ah, okay. What do you call his name?
Amon Somotoe.
Amon Sumetue.
He's a Zambian, yeah.
Okay. So Queen h3, g4, g5. You like this? This is your style.
Yeah. Forget about castling. If the pressure becomes too much, I think probably we need to play because this the bishop on d3. I won't like an exchange at some point.
Okay, with bishop a6.
A6, yeah. I won't like an exchange at some point.
Okay. So you.
But with the knight on e5, it's still not so good too. You can't come up with an exchange because the c6 pawn is under pressure.
Yeah. So
So
for now,
for
bishop
now,
here,
for
bishop
now,
times, knight times, and
So g4 is okay for me.
yeah. So
Yes.
queen h3, knight bd7. So that means she
Now,
has even abandoned
the idea of
exchanging this important bishop, because if this bishop goes, at least your white attack, you feel at ease that maybe it won't happen. Okay, so knight bd7, g4, g6, yeah. Okay, castles long, knight e8, knight times d7, queen times d7, queen g2, getting ready to play h4, getting the queen out of the way to play h4, h5, yeah.
felt she should have probably maintained the queen on. Why retreat it? Maybe queen h. H6.
Queen H6. Okay, let's go back. So that means Queen H6, still with the idea of H4 and H5. And it's not so easy to
chase out.
Yeah.
Bishop F6, Bishop E5.
And
Still with the idea of
it looks a bit scary for white at first. Like I'm worried about my queen. I'm trying to find a way, like knight F6, rook E8, bishop, but it's so slow. So slow. So slow. Okay. So Queen H6 probably an idea there. Well, Queen G2 was played A6. What's happening? You know, the house is burning and you are playing you are playing A6. Yeah, like even if you play A5, saying okay, my opponent has castled queenside, I'm also trying to push my pawns, I'm also trying to play bishop, D3.
Diverting it a bit.
Yeah, but A6 looks like you are not even there at all. You're
like, I don't care about your attack.
Yeah.
You can go on as far as I'm concerned. Your attack means nothing. You're not going to achieve anything else.
Yeah, but even if that's the case, like at least you'll be playing for your own something. You're not even playing for anything. It's just like you just play the move and just say, okay, let me even see this attack that you're talking about. Never seen a move like this before in my life. A6. I'm confused. H4 played. And now she realized that it seems like something is coming. So she played F6. But maybe it's already getting too late. G5. The H file has opened up. At the very least, you can try to triple on the H file even.
Triple with the rook, sack on G6.
Sack on G6. This is I am Olakwe is at home. He feels at peace here. By the way, earlier we were talking about I am Olakwe and his many achievements. But we on the streets, we know him as once you want to get baptism, once you want to rite of initiation, you want to start entering into the elite level, just look for I am Bomzo at Surulere. Once you go to his house, you play a couple of games, you just know that yes, you are starting to get into the groove. I think many players have gone. Udemzo, I've also been there maybe once or twice. Udeme said that's probably where he learned chess.
Rahman used to be a regular.
Rahman used to be a regular. So in Lagos, that was the place to be. I had a friend from ISL. Why am I forgetting his name now? Olotu. Yes. Also, baptism of fire at I am Bomzo's place, and
guys like Fred Fabio.
Yeah. And I think you have also coached some female players, even maybe Yefu and some people at some point.
She's still under. She's still with Oyo State.
Okay. So I was. That's where we were all baptized, very close to stadium there. Okay, knight G7. But these moves cannot be good. Already, I'm even looking at maybe sacrifices can work. I'm already looking at moves like rook times H7.
The H file is open now. So after knight G, okay, yeah, I get it. And after knight G, maybe queen H2. Queen H2,
yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Queen H2, maybe knight H5.
Then bishop E2.
Bishop E2, and just, at the very least, you win a pawn.
You win a pawn, yeah.
At the very least. And knight can't take, of course, because of queen.
Queen check.
Oh, come on. This is not good at all. So, after knight F3 was played, maybe coming to E5. She felt the urge to sacrifice, but
was there a need for that?
It's not even clear what it's very strange moves.
Very strange. There's no need for that. Really.
Bishop D6, but then knight comes to E5, so
capture.
Yeah, nothing was achieved there. Rook H6, threatening rook here, threatening queen here, and bishop captures.
Maybe rook captures. No, rook captures.
Yeah.
Rook captures. Yes.
But even rook captures is always, you can always just give up.
The queen has to. Yeah. I think it's bad. Yeah.
It's really, really bad. E5. If you are forced to play E5, apart from the fact that you are an exchange down, this bishop is just
dead.
Yeah, it's just sad. Very, very sad bishop. And here,
That's a bomb. That was going to just come at some point.
yeah. Now you're losing a pawn. You're losing a wow.
Wow.
Wow. I think Michael Bridget had seen enough because
That's a bomb.
yeah, after King F8, just
Check.
queen check here, and you know, even queen here is fine. Everything is fine. Queen here is fine. Rook here is fine. Yeah, this is terrible.
Terrible.
This is terrible. King here, and then you don't even need to take the queen. I think
You would capture the queen for free.
yeah, this
King.
is going to be checkmate. It's going to be checkmate. No, this is yeah, that's not great. That's not great. Yeah, I wanted to check out the battle of the kids. You know, we have Omori Sandra versus Onwako, you know, Chiamaka Michelle. I think Omori Sandra is 15 and Chiamaka is I think maybe 12. So you know, some of the youngest players. Let me see, D4, C5, C6, Slav.
Can I get a picture of view of Sandra? I don't think I've seen this Sandra.
Do we have Chief Wales? Do we have a picture of Omori Sandra?
Maybe I'll go and check it.
Yeah, but I think she will. Yeah, I think she will join. She would after this game. She will probably try to join us. She will join us. So Slav. I am Olape is well known to be playing the Slav as black. Pontus. Yeah, but
Occasionally, I try to get greedy with it.
okay, and take on C4.
On C4, like, and try to hold on.
Hold
There
on
are
to
some
the
lines
opponent.
that you can if your opponent doesn't play the opening very well. Of course, it's very risky to defend, but in some situations, I've seen in some grandmasters play against an amateur.
He can hold on. And,
Yeah, he can hold on. Yeah.
But I want to ask a question. I've seen a lot of players play it. Olape has played. I am Olape. I am Odion. I am Dapsy. I think Dashe also sometimes plays the Slav. So I was wondering, like, was it like was it a culture? Or was it like you know? Was it a case of maybe everybody was reading the same kind of books? How is it that a lot of people almost all played the Slav?
Then there were limited books and way back. So I think Slav was one of the most common then, very popular.
Oh, okay, okay.
You know, some opening that you can transposition occurs from Queen's Gambit lines. So you get to see a lot of Slavs then.
Yeah.
You know, but there are new ideas to all these openings now.
Yeah.
So I guess it was one of that. That's probably the reason why
A lot of
a lot of those the old school
players
players.
had the layer because I noticed that you know a lot of players you know in that generation that golden generation played the Slav a lot.
That generation they cherish pawns a lot. So
Yeah, okay, that's true. Also, FM Ajibola Olariwaju also plays it, and he even plays it specifically with the idea of taking. He likes to take the pawn.
And likes to hold on to it.
Yeah. So knight f6,
So
queen
this-
c2.
so you have to be dynamic in your you don't have to stick to if you really want to excel. You have to that probably it helped me a little okay, let me try these guys out. I just want to bust the position.
Yeah.
I just want to those ideas now are very risky really. Way
to
back.
take.
But then you could there were not enough resources then.
So know that you have compensation. Let's say.
Compensation for
Okay. So queen c2, not the most popular move, but it has been played a few times. Just queen c2,
yeah.
e6. Let me see. Okay.
Just simple queen c2.
Knight d2, bishop d6, e4. Interesting. So d4, knight e4, knight e4, queen captures on b4, and then bishop to b4. Oof. Okay, bishop d2, bishop captures on d2, knight captures on d2, knight d7, bishop e2. Okay, both of them are just trying to develop their pieces.
I'll have loved knight d2 instead of bishop d2.
Yeah, trying to let's
Just
go back there.
having the two bishop, the bishop here.
The bishop there.
Rather
Yeah, it
than
looks interesting.
thing,
Yeah, it looks interesting actually. So that at some point when you play a3, you have to capture it, and then
Yeah,
maybe
you'll
if
be
it's
forced, you'll
yeah.
be forced to, or you retreat, which wouldn't be very good.
yeah,
Like losing time to.
and then white develops harmoniously, like it's a yeah. I think I like it. So bishop d2, bishop times knight times knight f6, queen e3, castles. So the big issue for black is how to get this bishop into the game. So are you playing b6, bishop b7? How is black planning on developing his bishop? Her bishop. Oof. a6, yeah. Oh, very strange. So that means the idea is to play b5. But I don't know about that. Do you?
In this position, I have an idea of though you're going to vacate the knight. If I don't know how good the idea is.
Which idea is that?
Maybe playing c5.
For when? A move ago?
After no for
white.
For white, yeah.
Okay, c5 with the idea of knight c4, knight d6
Knight
or
d6,
knight.
knight b6, yeah.
Yeah. Although black will get the
Although you'll be
d5 square.
conceding
But I think only the knight is happy.
active.
Yeah. Apart from that, all the other black
Other
pieces will
black
just be
pieces,
bound.
Everything.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think it's worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe knight. Let's see a sample variation. Knight d5. Where do you want to put the queen? Maybe g3, so as to be keeping an eye on all these dark squares. Keeping an eye on all these dark
But
squares.
knight b4.
Knight
Is
b4.
in the d4 again.
Oof.
And threatening knight c2.
No, but we can easily just play maybe queen c3.
And he goes back again.
Knight b4. Okay, then queen a3. Queen a3.
Yeah, queen a3.
Queen a3. But what about knight f4? Not queen a3.
That's not good. So, I think initially after the knight d5, I think you could have played. Let's look for a better move after knight d5. Yeah, from queen.
Yeah, but it's same position.
What of queen e4?
Okay, queen e4, holding the d4's pawn and then still getting ready for knight c4, and then still controlling these squares.
Squares, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think that should be.
Yeah,
fine.
and then after knight c4, knight d6. The good thing about this position for white is that after knight gets to d6, white can exchange this bishop
The bishop
for this knight, but black cannot do the same thing. That
So,
bishop can never capture. So let's make some sample moves to show. So what can we play for black here? Let's say rook e8. So knight c4. Let's say rook b8, so that it's not getting into the fork. Oof. Okay, rook e7. And then the idea here is that white can always get rid of this knight. If this knight becomes a problem, right now it's not a problem. We can first of all even play bishop d3 to induce some more weaknesses. Then, once the bishop moves, this bishop at any point in time, first of all, you can even improve your pieces to the fullest. Play rook e1, play a3, play b4, play rook d1, play rook d, and then finally, if you want to, you can always capture this knight on d5, which is the only active black piece. But black cannot do the same.
Definitely.
Yeah. So this will just be, this knight is going to be a monster. Yeah. Yeah. So it shows that Chiamaka was not aware of all this because
something is happening on Raman's board. Can we?
Okay, let's quickly switch back to Raman's board. So after, where did we leave it last? After h6 played, it took how many minutes? It took about 10 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, to finally decide that okay, this is the way, and he played it. Knight captured with the pawn, bishop captures, and rook f1. Okay, rook f1 played, king f8, and then bishop f4. Immediately trying to activate the bishop. Maybe bishop c7, tying down making sure to tie down this.
The knight to the pawn.
Yeah, and if this knight can't move, well, let's make a sample move. Okay, king e7 has already been played. So if this knight can't move from here, at least, you know. But there is the problem of bishop f5 now. The problem. So maybe you can't play it immediately.
Maybe not immediately. Maybe bishop e4 something before.
Okay, maybe bishop e4 first. But does that give him time to maybe even quickly? Can he remove the knight now? Because it's now or never. Or maybe to play king d8. So that the knight can always move now that the king stops.
Bishop can still go back. Can still go to bishop d6.
Yeah, but we don't tie down this.
It's still tying down the knight also. The knight is having.
Well, you can move to f6.
But bishop f8 wins a pawn.
Bishop f8, so that very tricky.
Very tricky.
So bishop f8. Okay, well, bishop f8, line continues. 98.
You have to remain there for a while.
Yeah. But the
And
knight
if you
is
like,
still.
you can play f6 at this point.
Yeah.
f6.
Yeah.
f6 is fine.
If knight takes, bishop can always take, and if the pawn takes, then bishop can always take on h6.
Okay,
Yeah.
now we're fine.
So, but Abdurrahman played. Okay, that's not the correct position. This is the correct position. So this is the current position. It's a very, very delicate endgame.
Very. It's going to.
Very delicate.
So
endgame.
highly technical. You just have to be extremely alert.
Yeah. But you know, as you mentioned it, this night it seems like it's going to stay. It's going to stay here forever. You know, it will take it.
At the moment, it's like a piece down. Something.
Yeah.
I think the idea is bishop e4, then maybe the king can.
Yeah, bishop e4.
Bishop e4, then it starts. Really, there's nothing. The rook is also underperforming here.
Yes,
the black
yes,
rook
yes.
is just not doing anything. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
So, So it's not as if the knight is doing a job too. He's doing a great job.
Protecting some important pawns.
Important pawn, yeah. He gets here, try to induce this movement, the h5 pawn.
Okay, so king. It seems like the game is going to go along this line. So king d8. So now you were suggesting bishop d6, but you're also looking at king f2 or what? Which move?
No, I think bishop j should be first.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6. And can now start making whatever he plays now. The knight's move is very important. He can't also move the knight. It's kind of tied down too in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the knight is tied down. So I think white should be okay. Very, very okay now.
Yeah, but black too looks not too bad.
So just the idea. Let me see. What can he play right now?
Okay, still maybe.
All he does needs to be careful about the movement. Okay, the knight f6.
Yeah, still.
The bishop f8, like we suggested.
Still. It's knight h5 remove.
Still the same pawn push.
Knight h5 remove. Same pawn push. Looking at knight g3 after maybe taking or something.
Or maybe
Okay.
before the pawn push or something, but I think the pawn push. After the pawn push, I don't think he has to grab immediately. Maybe we'll need to step up with his king to g2. G2, yeah. Wherever he captures with. If he captures with the pawn, then king g2.
There's no time for me to play knight g3 because this pawn just takes. And g6, you want to play king f2. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, no, well, of king g2. G2 is also okay.
Okay, or king
G6,
g2.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we have to take. I think we have to take.
Yeah, king g2.
King g2. How about f5?
bishop d5.
Bishop d5. I want to bring pieces into the game with tempo. Knight f6.
Capture.
Wait, there's knight f6. There's also knight f4 check.
And rook can capture now.
But then rook can capture this.
Yeah, I think
Do we have
white
enough?
should be okay with that.
Do we have enough? Okay, knight f6. I want to win.
You want to win? Let me see. Bishop captures on f7.
Bishop captures f7. Okay, let's keep the pawn. Let's keep our pawn. I'm gonna win.
Okay, let's see. Let's see how that works out. Now bishop g6.
Bishop g6. I'm not worried about this. I can always get my piece back. Knight d5. I'm winning now. I'm threatening knight e3.
Or bishop h6.
Bishop h6. No, I should not be telling you my plans. So
Another pawn can be captured.
the pawn on what?
The pawn on F.
No, the pawn on f5 can't be captured. Knight c3. Putting more pressure. Or maybe even knight e3.
So why can't it be captured now?
No, it can be captured now.
Bishop captures, rook captures.
Yes.
Oh,
Exactly.
no, yeah.
Welcome to the club.
No, but bishop captures, maybe bishop captures here.
When you eat noodles, you see moves.
Lines they cry.
Indomie.
How the young people say it? But even if still knight d5, I don't even know. Even knight e3 too is an option. Trying to let's quickly check out knight e3. Knight e3, bishop e3, fe3. You know, taking some squares away and hoping that the king can also come and support. Right? I don't know. Is it possible?
It's tough. I think the knight helps on this.
Yeah, it looks possible now.
Very possible, yeah.
But maybe this is a time to play king g3. And
But
then-
now knight captures e2.
Oh, bishop captures e2. Oh,
And bishop captures e2.
oh, okay. Oof. But maybe it's not the end. Okay, but bishop captures e2, you step back and then you start pushing the pawn. Yeah, it's not easy.
Bishop captures rook, then rook e1.
Yeah.
That's okay.
But bishop goes back.
Then the king can push in a bit. Or the knight can now come out. Oh.
It's not easy.
It's not
It's
easy.
not easy at all.
It's not easy at all.
And pawns are already reducing on the board.
It's not
so
easy
it's
at
not
all.
going to be easy to win.
Let's go back. It's still,
Yeah.
it's still a lot.
Should we go back to the live or where?
Let's go back to before the. Okay, let's see what is happening on the live board. Yeah.
Okay, so live now, Abdurrahman decided that after bishop captures on g4, rook ef1, bishop f4. Yeah, he decided that he had to play bishop c7 so that this king doesn't get here. But what we were looking at was bishop times f5. But maybe he has a tactical idea. Is it possible to be thinking bishop here, bishop captures, and then start taking some pawns? Is it possible?
Giving up 3 pawns now. With that. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, what if we take on f5? Like, okay, we take, yes, it's true, you take, well, and then we just step up. We just step up with the king. And now we say, okay, we have activity, rook, bishop, rook and 2 bishops, okay? So, and this is not going to be easy to capture. Maybe it's
It's
possible.
not a bad idea. Yeah.
So maybe bishop f5 that we're afraid of is not really a move because of rook captures on f5.
Yeah, that's it. It's not, I don't think it's really scary like that.
Since we don't even like this knight in the first place, so why are we protecting it? Let's just give it up, even if it's for a pawn. Although these pawns, I don't know if they are, well, they are not really mobile too much.
At the moment.
Yeah, at the moment. So bishop times rook times f5, king f2. Yeah, it seems like. So let's see the current position. So what then can we suggest for Odeon? And the I am Odion, what can we suggest for him? Okay, he played bishop times f5, so we're expecting rook captures on f5. You see, so we are trying to, as much as possible, get into the minds of the players. So we are not using a chess engine. However, we can see that we can see this bar on this side. And it seems like after this move, bishop times f5, the bar jumped in white's favor. Yeah. So maybe bishop f5 was not the move.
No.
Yeah, because it looks as if you want to get rid of this.
Of course, the knight is already redundant, so
Yeah.
it's not something you really wanted.
Yeah, and if the two bishops can start to really play, they can completely destroy the whole board.
And he has to be conscious of the movement of his pawns. He can't start rolling them.
Yeah, anyhow.
Immediately, he has to. Wow, I think.
Now it's looking like white has like we are going to get a tie break.
I have a feeling that Rahman must have seen this through somehow.
Yeah, although is to be honest, his time is also getting a bit low. Okay, he has played rook captures on f5. I can see that he has played it on the board.
I don't see any other option.
Yeah,
he has to.
Well, maybe after rook captures on f5, which we are expecting, rook captures on c1, king f2, then maybe is it possible to start thinking about b5, trying to exchange as many pawns as possible? Or how
the bishop goes to c, pumping those pawns a bit.
Yeah, but I was hoping for pawn to c4. Is this possible?
Pawns, capture, maybe rook d5. What?
So capture like this?
Yeah,
Okay.
bc,
bc4, and then
rook to d5.
Rook to d5. And the threats here are looking terrible. Okay, but okay, knight here.
Rook captures.
Yeah, but my idea is to capture with pawn and this two bishops here. But no, but that's not the end. I think there is bishop d8 check. Then when the king moves, then you can now.
No check.
Yeah, no check. But the problem is after d, you play d2. But okay, maybe e3, and then everything settles, and white is winning. Maybe.
You can't capture the pawn immediately.
Oh, you could capture the pawn immediately. Oh, okay. What am I saying?
Without moving the bishop. Yeah.
I was thinking that it was a finesse that this pawn is controlling, the bishop is controlling the queen in square, but you can just capture immediately. So maybe bc4 is possible because of all this. But let's see the live position now. So this is a live position. Bishop captures, rook captures, king f2. Okay, that's not a live. This is a live position. So he's looking at where to bring his king to. Maybe he's even thinking, okay. So he has played a move immediately, trying to expel this bishop from this c7 square. With rook to
bishop
a7.
d5 should be fine.
Yeah, bishop d5. Well, let's say f6.
Yeah, he has to decide that.
Controlling the c5 square and everything.
Yeah. Then the bishop on c6.
Bishop c6, trying to exchange and then play this. But okay, let's see rook a7. Okay, so the video feed looks faster than the DGT board, but so bishop c7, rook a1. I can see that Abdurrahman has made a move, but we don't have anything yet. But yeah, we're expecting maybe something bishop c6 played. Okay, wait. It seems Odion made a move. Okay, he played rook a1 and then he played bishop c6 immediately. You know, yeah. Your same idea that you wanted to play.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the knight and just start taking all the pawns.
Yeah, the pawns.
Or even taking on d7. Not even taking this one, but taking on f7 check. Maybe even it's possible.
Yeah.
Taking on f7, taking on g7. But maybe taking here is fine. So Odion will be trying as much as possible to exchange a lot of pawns.
There's a lot of pawns, 3 pawns.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So exchanging a lot of pawns off. Okay, so I'm trying to reconstruct what's happening. Rook a1, bishop c6. I'm guessing, from what I'm seeing here, it looks as if this was played. And then Abdurrahman played bishop g3. Okay, that's the current position. This is the current position.
This is a tough one. Maybe Abdurrahman should have played bishop d5.
First of all, inducing that
inducing
f6
that.
weakness, sort of. Not easy. Not easy.
Rahman to play now?
No, this is
Odion. Once the knight moves, you can always pump the rook on b1.
Okay, so once the knight moves, let's say the knight moves. Let's say f6. Let's say black plays f6.
Looking at rook d5.
Rook d5. Okay. Let's say I'll move the knight anyway.
Bishop to b8. Bishop to b8.
Bishop to b8, not bishop to d6.
Even b4 is also possible.
Pawn to b4. With the idea of rook to b.
Just try and disconnect those
pawns. So
Mm.
this is what I am. Olakwe is trying to say. Maybe rook here and then start taking pawns.
You can capture the pawn on d4 immediately.
Why am I always going for finesse?
Your style, it's a matter of style.
Just capture the pawn.
Capture the.
And then the pawns start falling. Okay,
falling.
if you take on b4, that is what. And if you don't take, then that means that you managed to, Okay. Let's see what the live position is. So this is the live position right now. After rook a7, bishop g3, pawn to g6. This is the live position. So what are we expecting? Rook d5 or what? Rook d5, knight f6.
Knight f6, rook e5, check.
Okay.
He has to be careful about knight g4 at some points.
Yeah, but it's not easy. Let me
The
see.
king has to keep coming closer a bit. Knight f6, rook e5, check. Nothing is happening. He's threatening knight g4.
Yeah, he's threatening knight g4. He's threatening. But I'm not seeing any discovered check that works.
Maybe bishop f3.
So f3 is still keeping everything away. Yeah, it's not easy.
He has to keep his pair of bishop.
Yeah.
So
This is the current position. After g6, he went rook f3. Eesh.
he played f3.
Rook f3, yeah. The computer doesn't like it.
I don't like it.
Yeah, you don't like it, yeah. It looks as if he's being too cautious.
Yeah,
Like he has to go.
Yeah.
He has to just. And he understands. Yeah, just go. Yeah, but probably he saw this and he was worried that king d6. But like you mentioned, bishop f3, and you still keep all the threats.
Even after the bishop, take it back. Yeah, okay. Rook check. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, rook check. Just fine. rook check.
I even was considering, before you mentioned rook e5, which is very nice, I was considering rook d6. That was what I was still trying to consider, but I think with the move that you just showed, rook e5 is, and then bishop
I think
f3.
rook d6 is also fine.
No, but I like this
Okay,
setup.
the setup, yeah.
Yeah. The setup is fantastic. Okay, but rook f3 was played. I think maybe time trouble is also afraid to calculate too much and then burn a lot of time. Odeon is now trying to maybe even play for a win because he looks at, well, but apart from that, he's also trying to restrict this rook. He's trying to restrict this rook.
That rook should be in Odeon's den, not
Yeah.
just box himself out. Like,
Now, how do you even get the rook into the game? Maybe you have to play. How do you get it into the game?
it's a very difficult position. Very, very, very difficult. Wow. And that was a miss.
Yeah. I'm not even sure you get. I'm trying to figure out how you get this rook into the game because that will be what my mind will be on. E3, Abby. I thought about it, but the fact that you're exchanging your pawns, you don't want to. Well, it seems like maybe.
You can kick the rook, the king further down. The rook check on.
Yeah, it seems like it's possible that Abdurrahman might have missed his golden opportunity.
The
here.
win, that would have been a very golden one. Wow, that was a great move.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the retreating moves here. He had already, the opportunity was already in his hands. But nerves, time pressure, the weight of, sometimes he's already playing in your mind that, oh my goodness, look at my opponent. My opponent who was losing, because he's.
I could remember the national championship I won also. I came second on several occasions, but no. So at some point I was feeling jinxed. In fact, I didn't want to play that in that particular year. I felt that this thing is just out. I guess I've won all tournaments. I've won all African Games gold medal, got an IM title. Other tournaments I've done well, but this kind of tournament is just been elusive. So I didn't want to play that part in the particular year. So someone just encouraged me to just
play.
It's okay. It's the Rex. All right. So somehow someone encouraged me and said, "And go for it. Just try and see." So maybe it's kind of feeling that way at some points.
Yeah, because
I don't believe you could have missed that ordinarily, like something that you should have seen.
Yeah, Abdurrahman is always the forward, attack. So
that rook has to be in his den.
All right. Do you? So the tournament organizer, all in white here, maybe he wants to talk about how the nerves are at the final round. So I'll give him space to talk with IM Olakwe and look through the games together. So let me. Don't worry. With IM Olakwe's guidance, you can't get it wrong. Combined hello.
Hello, everybody. I am. How now?
I'm doing great. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Mr. K.
So, have you been able to watch the last game?
The one against
The one between Tenny and Lucky.
Yeah, we saw the blunder, sort of.
That's. What was your general impression of? I know you've not been around the previous games. What have you caught so far?
Yeah, it's been a very strong tournament. Like there is no doubt about it. It's a mixture of the old school, the middle school, and that's the new one, the middle school. So
Odeon is still competing.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? I know he was one of your chief rivals in the 1990s.
1990s, yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and he's still on top of the game now. What do you make of that?
Yeah, the learning process way back has really helped a lot of the old school players. The way we learn the terms of there were not enough materials way back, and doing stuff like photocopies. You see, then way back, guys are ordering materials.
So you reckon that the fact that back then players used to read books, study books.
Study more.
You reckon they used to
some
study?
That do study, they play more. They play more and they go through games. Like I'm not a particularly a studious player like that, but I watch a lot of games. Try to those British books journals then way back.
Okay. So Odeon has made a move now. That is knight to g4. Check. What do you make of that?
That seems a bit of strong move. Earlier on, Rahman made a huge blunder that could have gotten him back into the game. Like 3 pawns is so massive that I'm looking at it's going to be a very difficult position now.
For white?
For whites.
Yeah,
but white can still manage a draw. Something.
It looks like a difficult position for white. I mean, black is controlling the A file.
And that knight G4 is just a move to even drag down the king further. So
his
own king can come up and have more space to.
And the knight is very strong on that square.
Extremely.
Very strong on that square. So.
And he has to be careful on where to even move his king.
Yes. Where would you move your king as white?
As white, I prefer king E1.
E1. King E1. Yeah, and then it's not looking too bright for white in my opinion, because the black rook is really strong on that file. The black knight is strong. The white's rook is almost inactive in that position. Even though it has two bishops.
Yeah. But how would you evaluate this position? Let's say this is played. Let's say King G1 is played, rook check, for instance, and rook here. How would you evaluate this exchange? Would you exchange on F1 for black, or would you just play rook A2 and keep the bind?
Exchanging is also very safe. Those 3 pawns can actually match up to at least a bishop, tying a bishop down. And
I would feel that I'm giving white a break if I exchange my rook with his own rook, because I have a sense that the black rook is freer, is more mobile, it's more powerful.
Okay, let's assume.
I'll feel I'm solving a problem for him.
Really, I don't think so. Let's go further. Like, if you have to now, after the exchange, the capture, then the knight jumps to E3, maybe a piece exchange further. How will you evaluate this with knight E3 now?
Okay, white to play.
Or let's assume that the bishop eventually captures. That makes it 3 pawns versus 2 with his own bishop. So I think that should.
Let's have a king E2. So
this is
king E2.
Maybe bishop C7, and then trying to start playing for this pass pawn here. Maybe bishop C7.
Bishop C7.
And then hoping that these bishops will be able to hold these pawns from queening. The bishop and the
while banking on the B pass pawn.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I'm so sorry, we'll have to.
Let me go back to the live page for the people watching at home. This is the current live page.
Yeah, we go.
We have the winner of the females. Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
So
Can she just sit down here for a
Okay,
second? Mr. Mr. It's good even Mr. Saki is there beside her. So sit down with the organizer. Give it up for the winner of the female section, winning with 9 points out of a possible 10. And the interim
Congrats, Azumi.
incoming champion, Sulaiman Azumi, on the live stream. Sulaiman, let me allow Mr. Akule to even ask you how you feel about
Congrats, Azumi.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, I remember about 2 past national championships that I saw you cry. Or nearly cry. Nearly cry, yeah. Cry or nearly cry. Distressed. One particular one I remember very well. I don't know if you can remember. The year you tied with Perpetual.
I was actually very happy. So
You were happy?
Yes, I was actually very happy.
You didn't look happy. Why were you happy that you lost the title by tiebreak?
I was happy I finished first runner up. So
Really?
yes,
I didn't get the impression.
to me that's
You
a
didn't.
lot
You didn't look
already,
bright.
so-
Okay, but there was also a year that I don't think that tie was for the first position. I think it was the semi-final, so to speak, game. The year that Debbie won.
Okay.
I think you met Debbie in the game before her last, or was it in her last game? You were not fighting for the title,
That
but
was round 10 or so.
yeah. Anyway, point being that I've seen you, just lose the title by the whisker in the past.
Yes, that's true.
But now here you are winning. So how do you feel?
I'm happy about it. I'm excited.
Great. How did the last game you played against Deborah? A lot of people are talking about that game. Your last 2 brilliant moves that won you that game. Well, can you just share with us your thoughts in that game?
Okay, so the thing is, I already had that position in mind. I already pictured that position
Okay.
way before the position even came on board.
Oh.
So yes, so immediately she played queen times. Immediately she played queen times A5, I think. Sorry, A4.
Yeah.
I just did rook takes B3 because I had that position in mind. And
Okay, interesting. Did you coming into this competition? Did you think you were going to win? Did you believe you were going to win? Yeah.
Okay, to be honest, I actually came to have fun. Chess is a fun game. It shouldn't be all about fighting all the time. Be cheerful. So yeah, I just came to have fun and watch the fighters do their thing. And just to entertain myself,
So you really
basically.
didn't care whether you won or
No,
not.
no,
You
no,
just
no.
wanted to just
Yeah.
enjoy the experience.
Yes.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible to know. One would have thought, given the fact that you have been one of the top female players in Nigeria in the last 5 years, you've consistently been in the top 5. You've lost the title. You came close to winning the title about twice. Yeah, twice or thrice. One would have thought that you were coming here to, now it's my turn. Eh?
No, but I'm happy I won.
So do you think that your attitude this year could have contributed to you doing so well? This year you didn't come to win. This year you came to just enjoy yourself. Did that contribute to playing in a very relaxed manner?
I'm always relaxed when playing, so I didn't just take it as anything, to be honest. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. That's it.
Fantastic. So what is this?
So at times it's not all about winning. The experience and the experience matters.
That's true. So what is this going to do? Is this going to change anything for you? Every of your opponents, all the other female players now are gone. You are the new Nigerian national women's chess champion, and they are gunning for your title from now on.
Well, I don't know for now. So maybe I'll think about.
You just take a day at a
yes.
time.
Because I mean, I didn't prepare
To win this
to
title.
win.
So who did you think was going to win? You just came to have fun. Who did you must have thought? Okay, looks like it's this person's year, or so she's going to win it again, or something.
Yeah,
What did you
I was
think?
actually expecting her to defend her title.
Okay. What happened between you and Torisha in your game? Who won? I can't remember.
She won.
She won.
To be honest, anytime I'm playing her, I've played her several times, yeah. But anytime I play her, I just feel too relaxed, like, you know, I don't know, but I just find myself playing fishy moves and playing fishy moves, like I'm not even concerned at all. I just do my thing, and yeah, it's as if I will lose no matter what. So let me just do my thing, and I don't know why, but yes, I think she was the only person I lost to in a fishy way.
Okay, in a very bad way.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, give us an idea the dynamics of that room. You know, most of us are not there all the time. We pop in once in a while. Few of us, I mean, not everybody. Most people don't even go into that room. Give us an idea of the dynamics in that room. Are you interested? Are you ever interested in the open category? What's going on there? Do you move to the other side of the aisle in that room? Are you interested in how they are competing? Are you a fan of any player there? I mean, or you're just completely focused on your game and that's it. You don't even bother to check the results.
Once you enter the playing hall, I mean, the tension is always there, but I think I just focus more on my category, that's the female, watch their games, and most times I don't just stand up from my board, I sit down to the end, but there are times where I feel tired, I get tired, and my back hurts a lot, so I just have to like stand up, walk around to, you know.
Okay.
At times I don't even sleep on the board. I sleep on the board. So
you doze off.
Yes. So times like that is
interesting.
It's best to just.
So you don't have any.
Stand
You are
up,
not a
take a
fan
walk,
of any of the open. You are not rooting for any of the open players to win.
I'm actually rooting for Abdraman because we both came close last time, and we didn't win it. So
Okay.
I'm actually rooting for him.
For him. Okay, great. You are the first player from northern Nigeria to become the Nigerian national chess champion. Are you aware of that fact?
Yes.
You are the first player, not just female, the first player from northern Nigeria to become a Nigerian national chess champion. Congratulations.
Thank you,
What do
sir.
you think? What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, most tournaments do happen in Lagos, do happen in the south, but in the north, we kind of like find it difficult to organize tournaments in the north. But I mean, with the dedication I've put in and everything, traveling for tournaments, and I think it will, you know, encourage others to, you know, travel as well for tournaments and pick interests, because at times it doesn't go as planned. There's no sponsorship, and then you go to tournaments, and at the end of the day you not win anything, no first prize. So it's somehow
it's tough.
But I mean, for the love of the game, and I love traveling, so I
Just keep doing it.
yes.
So are you going to? Do you plan to use this as a leverage to promote chess in northern Nigeria?
Yes.
I mean, because a lot of people, because it is new. This is news, you know, and it is usable news. What I mean by usable is, I think you can use it, you know, to promote chess in northern Nigeria, not just amongst female players there, but amongst players generally there in northern Nigeria.
Yes.
Is that something you would like to do?
Yes. I would love to work towards that.
Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Okay, so but generally, what's your take on the national championship? And then I'll just ask you what you think about this position, since Abdurrahman that you're rooting for is playing against Odion Aikoje. But generally speaking, before we do that, what's your take on the national championship this year?
Uh,
Do you find it tougher, more interesting, more difficult? How do you find the national championship?
Actually, I mean, like I said, I came to have fun, so I didn't really take it as anything. I didn't really take
Have
it
you
as
had that
anything,
fun? Have you
but-
had that fun you came to have?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I'm having
okay.
fun.
That's good.
I mean, I'm entertained.
That's
so
good. That's good.
Watching other people's game and
That's good. Okay, so what do you think about this position?
okay,
Abdurrahman,
he's playing white
yeah,
in this position.
yeah, he's white. Odion is black. Odion has two bishops.
Yes.
And sorry, white.
No,
Abdurrahman has
Abdurrahman
two
has
bishops.
two bishop, a rook,
And
and
a
two
rook
pawn.
and two pawns.
Yeah.
Odion has
A rook,
a rook
knight,
and a knight, and he's
and
3
5.
pawns up.
Yeah.
He's 3 pawns up.
Hmm.
Interesting, right? Interesting.
Hopefully. The position is.
It's complicated.
It's quite decisive. So.
Yeah, it's complicated. White to play. White to play.
And he has 8 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah. I think he should be looking at seeing what he can create on the B file. Maybe create a passport and see.
Yes,
see-
that's playing bishop c7
Yeah,
to take on b.
attack that pawn.
Six,
Yeah,
and-
and see whether that can, and then hope that he can use his bishops to stop those connected pass
But
pawns.
then Ojon has g4,
G4 attacking the.
attacking the rook. There's g4 coming, and those
yeah.
pawn storm.
Yeah, the pawn
That's
storm.
something.
Yeah, with that is yes,
Okay.
he has to. He has to.
Perhaps he wants to drive the rook away from.
Yes, so that at least his rook
Yes.
can have safe
yes,
safe haven
yes.
when attacked by those pawns. Sorry, let me pick this. It's not working. Oh, it is working. Okay, okay. So this rook can, if there's a pawn storm here,
Yes.
can have where to go. He needs to remaneuver this rook. This rook has been, for me, it's been so docile for a while. It's part of the problems that white is having, but yeah, I
If
think
white can play c7 to pick that pawn on b6, I think those two bishops
we'll guide
can,
the pawn.
yes, will guide the pawn, and apart from that, would also be
They have diagonals
Yes.
operate. I mean, the bishop.
just in case the diagonal.
Yeah, the bishop on B. If the bishop captures the pawn on B6, will then be
Yes.
attacking the pawn on
d4.
Yeah, on D4.
D4.
Yes. Okay, now it's going after that.
Rook b2.
Yeah, he has to. He has to. White has to. White has to give black something to think about. You know.
I think it's best to play bishop c7 now.
Yeah, that's for me. That's just what to play now. If you play bishop c7, then you play. What can you play? The pawn storm, right?
g4, yeah. Rook G3. Rook G3. Mind you, that
Here.
dark square bishop is also. Yes, Rook G3.
Rook G3.
Yes. Then maybe H5.
Those pawns become pretty troublesome.
Bishop times D4 check.
Okay, if he plays
But
that.
yes, bishop times D4.
If he plays that, right?
And then the two bishop becomes very active.
Yeah, he has to protect that pawn. Right? But
Yes.
he has to protect that pawn. That pawn shouldn't.
If that happens.
Oh,
bishop,
no, that's not a good
bishop
move.
C.
That's not
Yes,
a good move
bishop
at all.
check.
So this would have been probably better to protect that pawn. Right?
Still doesn't stop white from capturing on D4.
The pawn still dies.
Yes.
Well, this is not good. I think.
But on the long run, yeah, his two bishops, very active.
Very active.
Yes, all
Very
controlling all the diagonals from H1 to
Yeah.
A8
Yeah.
and
It's-
G1 to A7.
Yeah.
So in case of the pawn storm, you can just sacrifice the bishop and concentrate on the B
Queen.
pawn.
Yeah. Okay. So you like this for white?
Yes.
Looks
I
good
think
for
I
white.
like this for white.
Looks good for white.
And I pray he's able to convert. I pray he's able to.
Once the pawn on B and this one fall,
Yeah.
those two bishops will take care of this pawn.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so this is still where they are. Oh, he played. White he gave up the pawn. Oh, okay. So
Okay, he took the pawn already.
things have moved forward since we started analyzing. So white has captured the pawn on B. Black has taken the pawn on D3.
He went rook H1 immediately.
Yes, straight off.
Isn't rook G3 better?
So that you keep this pawn a bit locked in for a while. Yeah, 7 minutes 25 seconds. So maybe, well, that's enough time to think through this. Okay, here comes the pawns. That's his only chance. He has to make those pawns, turn them into a threat. But I'm not sure he has enough. I don't think he has enough. What do you make of F4? He's storming with the pawns.
F4 is, yes. That's why I would have preferred rook G3, yeah?
Huh? Okay, rook G3. Yeah,
Yes.
okay, to stop them, to slow them down. Would I play that? Is that a... Okay. That's protected. He doesn't want black to cut off his king. I think that's why he just made this move now.
King C2.
Yeah, wants to activate his king. Good thought.
Okay.
Yeah, but could black even have cut off that king? I'm not sure. Was it necessary? Because there's no way black.
Attacking the rook, yes.
Yeah, there's no way black will have cut off the king now. I mean, because you can't. Black can't do rook c3 because this pawn. So he's attacking. He's putting pressure on this pawn. King c2.
Actually, yeah.
It's about putting
Bishop,
pressure.
bishop. I think bishop c7 would have been better because now knight e5, protecting the rook on d3 and keeping everything safe.
Oh, so you would have played
So
what?
instead of king c2, bishop c7 would have been better with the idea of also pushing b6 in the long run.
Let me see. So you're saying instead of king c2, you would have done this.
Yes.
Which was my preferred move too, but yeah, I was thinking. First of all, you can start advancing this pawn.
Yes.
Then with this black square bishop too, you can
Yes.
try and cut off these pawns.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, let's see. What have they played now? Knight comes there. Interesting.
Is rook times h6 playable? Rook times h6 check.
Rook times
h6.
rook. Oh, h6. Yeah,
Yes.
let's see. Is it playable? Activating the rook. I think he's probably, he doesn't want to lose this pawn because there's a threat of losing that pawn actually. Or what am I talking about? Let's see. If we come here, what do you do? What do you go? Where do you go? Where will you go? Where? Where does that rook go? We come here with the threat of
Attacking the 9.
knight times. If the rook leaves this rank, knight times bishop,
9 times bishop.
pawn
takes,
times rook checks, and
yes.
takes out the potentially dangerous pass pawn.
Okay.
I think that might be. He captured it. Let's see. He did play it. So let's go back. Let's see the sequence of moves. Oh, so when the knights came in here, knight to e5. What did the white play?
Rook times h6.
He took that pawn. Okay. Just as we.
And then yes.
Yeah.
And then
what?
rook e6.
Yeah, attacking the knight. Check.
I'm scared of black.
You're scared right now.
I'm scared. Those pawns are looking dangerous. Oh. Okay.
Once it takes off one of those bishops now. This is black to play now, right?
Yes.
One, two, three, 1, 2. Interesting. Odeon has tricks up his sleeves all the time, so Abdurrahman needs to watch his back here. He's lost one of those. Did he need to lose that pawn, that H pawn there?
F5.
He wants to drag the. He wants to drag that rook. Off that
F5.
rank. You get.
Yes.
Let's chase it off that rank. Or force a draw or something. I mean, if Abdurrahman insists on leaving it on that rank, he'll just keep chasing with the king. So he has to give
Yes.
up.
And then there's 9 times.
Bishop.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah.
coming.
So it's
Oh.
yeah, that pawn is going to fall. And once that pawn falls, the pawn for white, once it falls, then we're effectively looking at something very drawish. If black does not convert one of those pawns. Where will the rook go to? Where?
I'm thinking rook d6.
If he comes back here,
No,
you
I'm
chase it
thinking
again.
rook d6.
Where? D6. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir Ayotua Sheyula from the US is wishing Azumi beautiful congratulations on winning the chess championship for the ladies. Who's this guy?
Wow.
Sentiri.
Wow, this is looking okay. You're thinking this move. What do you play? Yeah. Then this pawn, this. Oh, okay.
The position is.
Yeah, I think rook e3 is quite good. I mean, e what? Is that 6? e6.
d6.
My glasses.
d6.
Okay. Yeah, rook d6 is quite good. How does black respond to rook d6? It's quite good. Azumi.
Still thinking.
Now his time has hit 2 minutes. What happens when your clock gets to this point as a player? What happens?
I'm always thinking XYZ because
Yeah?
I'm not so good with time pressure.
So you what happens? Is that sweating?
I start blundering,
Is that
just dashing piece and okay, so he has played. Let's see what he played.
So he has played.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see his time has increased. Right?
Yeah.
What's going on? What did he play? Back. Oh, really?
He
we are back to live now. We were even analyzing our own analysis. We're back to live now. Let's go back a bit and see what they were playing. Before we came, okay, this is where we stopped, right? Okay, there was a check.
and he
Then,
played King D1.
then attacked.
You can get a drop. Even he can even win. Why did he sack?
Did he actually play rook
It
times
looked like he sacked.
E5?
He sacked.
Yes, I did rook times knight.
Oh,
He can't win.
oh.
Time pressure.
Okay. No, but that time is too plenty for professional. 2 minutes.
why did he sack? Was it necessary? Why did he sack his
It wasn't necessary. I don't know why he sacked
his rook for the knight?
his rook. But I think he just saw that knight is very powerful.
Ah,
Wow. Are we watching Olisa
interesting.
Tennyson become
Okay, Isodion.
the new Nigeria national chess champion? Has Triple A just handed over the title to the young man?
Yeah, he did. Interesting. Is this like because
Rook times e5 is a blunder.
Eh?
Rook
Rook
times
and
e5
e5
is a blunder.
is a blunder, right?
Because looking at the position now,
times knight
yes.
was a big blunder
Because looking at the position now, there's rook on c3,
the way it is.
and
Even he can afford to
the
sack
idea right now
rook on one of
should
the
be
bishops. Why would they do that? And I was standing there when I said, if I can't hold it, I have to just.
The intention of the final round, it cannot be compared to anything.
I know.
time pressure.
The Tennyson has become the champion.
Cannot be compared.
Congrats, champion.
Thank you, sir.
It looks like a one game. This is a one game for white now. For a draw at the minimum. At the minimum,
No draw, sir.
yeah. It's turned into.
That rook is enough to just take his king. His king will move inside.
What was he thinking? Rook times e5.
Let's go back and see what was he thinking. Good question. What's the plan?
You can't propose.
Rook times.
Why? I mean, sorry. Why not rook?
Even
mean-
rook d6 would have been better.
Yeah, as we analyzed earlier on.
Yes.
Yeah, rook d6 would have been better. It presents problems for.
Cause now he has bishop times d4.
Bishop times d4.
Yes, and also.
Why would they play bishop times d4?
No, I said after rook d6 for white,
Mhm.
white is threatening bishop times d4,
Okay, white is threatening.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
and then the bishop becomes even more active.
No active. Yeah, I think this was his strongest move. This was his best move. Rook d6 was his best move. I can't think of
But
any.
let's see, what was he thinking that he played rook times e5?
It's the strangest move.
I
ever.
guess time pressure.
Let's see if we can figure it out. What was he afraid of? White to move. What was he afraid of? What's the threat? There's no threat. Is there? There's no threat. What was he afraid of?
Takes 6, check. King f5, check. And the king.
I'm so sorry, I think we
No.
have to allow Sake to leave. I'm getting a message right now, and there's a lady that has actually been waiting for you for the past. She actually came in there, she left. We told her that you soon join her. And if we leave you like this, don't trust me, you'll be here till the end of the match.
Okay.
And she needs to talk to you.
Should you say it on live stream that the lady is waiting for?
Oh, sorry, a parent. A parent is actually waiting for.
Well, ladies
for
always,
organizers.
ladies always wait for me.
Okay. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much for
Let me
being-
join Asuni in the analysis. let me get the chance to speak with the female national champion. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so you guys were wow. Okay, the B pawn is moving. Is
Okay. B6. So this is the current position here.
yeah. Threatening B7.
Yes, and then
So
queen.
of course, if Rook C6, then there's just
There is B7 and B8, no matter what black plays.
yeah, but I even wonder if this is a draw. But okay, I mean this is not necessary, of course. So
Well,
B6.
Adesoji, SOG said if Triple A can get a coin, that is actually going to win this game. But how certain is that? A fortress could happen, maybe not.
Okay, I think his idea is to deliver to bishop checkmate because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, the rook would have to.
If one of these pawn falls, then wow. So Odeon has decided that he's going to sacrifice,
The rook.
yeah, and try to win this way and try to draw this way. But this, I don't know. If one of these pawns fall, just one of these pawns
But
fall.
wait, hold on.
Okay.
Can you take it back?
All right. To B6.
Yeah. So if this position, if rook times C6,
Okay. This is what Odeon played.
B7,
B7.
there is. Okay.
It's false.
I'm thinking of F3.
F3.
Does that work?
But the queens.
Okay. That was one move behind.
Yeah, and there's a
I don't
check
think it will work. Or perhaps it's no.
The check and that check is looking dangerous.
Oh, you want the queen on board? I mean, the bishop and the queen on the board? And that
Yeah.
is very scary. You don't want that bishop on board. If at all.
Yeah.
You don't want that bishop on board.
So this is a live position actually. This is a live position. So it depends. It all depends on what Odeon will play. But like I said, I feel like once one of these
This is the
pawn
current
falls-
position,
Yeah,
yeah?
this is the current position.
I think Abdurrahman should be able to.
Yeah, I think he's the one that has.
Convert
Yeah.
this.
Well, not the position is actually equal, but he's the one that has winning chances.
Yes.
He's the one that has winning chances. If okay, depends on what Odeon plays on his next move.
Wow, this is intense.
Yeah, it depends on what. Okay, he has made a move. He brought his rook. Did he bring it to G7? Okay, he brought it to F7.
F7.
Okay, so protecting this pawn. All right, so now it's a series of checks, and the first check I'm looking at is this move: queen to C8 check. After queen to C8 check, the king has to move somewhere.
Yes, and then
you
the
can
G4 pawn drops.
Yeah, but the only other option, if you don't want the G4 pawn to drop, is to play rook to D7. But here still there's queen to G8 check,
Yeah.
and no matter what you do, then the pawn on G4 falls.
No.
And
He can still play King F5.
okay, F5, yeah. King
He
F5.
can still play King F5.
Well, let me see the live play. I can see some moves are being made. So, you know, it would be nice if the board is updating as fast as their hands are moving on the screen. But I can see that they've made a few
Yes.
moves. Okay, Queen E8. I wasn't expecting Queen E8. Wait.
Okay.
Queen E8. I wasn't expecting that at all. But okay.
Listen, can you please turn the laptop towards
Oh, okay.
Aisha session? She's training
Better?
now. You can't be allowing your champion to train now.
Oh, I'm blushing.
I was hoping that it's because you wanted to lean towards me.
Oh.
Okay, but
I didn't know about that.
I don't know if you said that.
I didn't know if you said that online, please.
Okay. All right. Queen e8. So where do you think the king will go to? It has to be put. Okay, king f6. Only move.
King
probably.
f6. Then there's queen e4.
Queen e4. You play queen g5. Why not? Why not? This pawn is not so important. I feel like it's this one of these pawns that needs to fall.
First.
Yeah. Because if you start capturing this pawn, it can become dangerous. One of these pawns pushing together can become dangerous. Oof. Okay, so back to live. Queen here. What do you play? Queen e4. Another check on d8. But did you see anything wrong with this queen c8, or was it still this rook d7 idea? But I didn't see anything wrong with this queen c8 at first, just trying for this. Yes, the yeah. The,
It's turned around. As long as one I can.
well, it's still within the realms of a draw. Still within the realms of a draw.
What is in the realm of the draw?
The position right now,
It's
because
queens now.
yes, but
And
the
taken out one of the pawns.
no, he hasn't taken. Oh, we haven't. The position hasn't updated to that point yet. Has it taken a pawn?
Doesn't take anything.
No, he
No,
hasn't taken.
the three
According to
pawns
this live, according to this live.
I thought so.
From the human perspective.
So the pawns are still connected.
Yes. So you have to take one of those connected pawns, if at all.
Yeah,
He
if
has
you
given him the e-pawn already to take.
He will not take the e-pawn. The e-pawn is not important.
And you think he will now leave the connector one?
So
Will you leave the connector?
Triple A has to look for a way to get.
You don't think it will be draw?
Is it?
It might be draw.
yeah,
It's not draw again, no. It's not draw again.
What happened?
See,
He has
plus
Yes,
dropped.
drawn that.
Yes,
Because he can take
yes.
the pawn out with a check.
yes, plus 2 is not draw again, no.
He can take the pawn out with a check, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
Yeah.
That tempo.
we check position, but we just move down.
So you say, okay, that tempo, and the idea is to look for a way to cut out
All
the
we
check.
do is just to bring the look around this cloud.
yeah, but after queen to d4 check, then you have to play maybe king g5 or king f5. Maybe king f5.
Finding the best defense, because if the queen is able to wrap up the 2 pawns, now we're going to have a king queen versus king rook, and no matter how they tell you it's a drawn game, I think it's always winning for white.
No, king what?
King queen king rook.
No, king queen king rook is always winning for the queen. So
King queen versus king rook is always winning.
So
90% of the time.
all right, very precise. Queen d6 check. So that now,
That was what I saw.
yeah,
That's what I thought we
yeah,
were gonna play.
because the king has to stay around the rook, so you have to play king f7, and then once you play queen captures on f4,
Oh.
check,
Beautiful.
and then you win the f4 pawn.
You win the F4 pawn.
And game over.
True.
Oh, yeah,
Uh-huh.
and once you win the f4 pawn,
So it is
now
over.
it's all right. So it's time for us to prepare for a tie break, eh?
Yeah. But Mr. Kunle, they've played head to head and they'll still be tie break again.
We are live. Sorry.
Okay, we are back live. I don't know. Okay, queen d6.
You guys are talking.
Ah.
Sorry.
So okay, so king rook e6 then. Yeah. You're saying
Of course, queen times f4 is coming next with a
queen times
check.
f4. Where do you think the king is going to?
Even
Still
the
e7
G4
maybe.
still fall.
Yeah.
E7 and then the g pawn falls.
Yeah. And
I
then-
think white. This is a winning for white. White should win this.
Yeah.
White should win this.
Oh, it's me who I got spin about.
Okay. Live on the board.
What's already just let me know.
Okay.
Yeah, enjoying the game. You see, it's green. You see, you want to leave, but you're like, no, I want to see the end of this. I want to see what's going to happen. There is a guy that just screamed your name right now, Azumi, with like 77 exclamation marks. I don't know. His name is blah blah 0318. I don't think. No, I don't know. I don't know his full name.
Please, guys. You know, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but
Yeah.
just leave Azumi for me. You know, come on.
Hello, blah blah. I hear that. Like, I don't think if you leave Azumi for her, please. That one for him, brother. Thank God that voice is still good. We would have fined her for, sued her for, what do we sue her for now?
Female national champion, too strong, too strong. So which one? D4 pawn or G4
No,
pawn?
I'll go with the g4 pawn first.
Why? Why G4 pawn?
The king.
The king is closer to this one, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so and I think...
his rook is also cutting the king out.
Yeah.
Okay, so g4
So it's easier to
first.
fight for this one to
Yes,
get
yes.
this one. All right, and
So
that's
yeah, we said G pawn.
and that's what Abdurrahman has played. So
Yeah,
this is a live position.
He
Yeah,
has taken it already.
he's taking the
Yeah.
pawn.
Yeah, he has grabbed it already.
You can't take the.
I really hope
Yeah, I mean,
he'll win this.
So you're rooting for Abdurrahman.
Yep. He actually came close the last time, so we both came close.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so-
So is the okay.
Second the last time.
Yes.
I came.
Sorry.
I finished first runner up twice.
So this
I mean,
no,
last year.
is it
No,
not
no, no,
No,
no,
sorry.
no. Last year.
Quick pen.
No, Chiamaka.
Chiamaka was
Chiamaka came second.
You came second during Perpetual second time. You guys
Yes.
tied. So
Yes.
she took the
On tie breaks.
yeah, on tie she took the cup.
Yeah, 2022, 2023.
Yes.
2021, what was second?
Perpetual now.
No, what was second? 2021.
What's the easiest way to just win this pawn?
Yeah,
You
so
asked for
somebody came
second.
second.
Was it not Torusha that was second?
Back to back.
No.
She came second.
The first one Torusha. The second time Perpetual one was her. That was second.
So maybe
Because I remember I beat
maybe
two
just
of them.
queen G7.
That second one.
Thank you.
I was only
Oh,
one that beat
he pushed.
and they came first
Yeah,
and
yes.
second.
Queen G7. And where would the king go to?
You have to cover. Okay, no, you can still go back to E8.
Yeah, the only square that you can go to is E8. But
Because if you try to go to the king will step up and
Would.
take that pawn.
So now white is going to try to take that pawn in such a way that there will be no rook pin
Pin.
on the coin and the king.
Yeah. That's what he's trying to do.
yeah, and then queen check, king d8. Okay, but no, that's easy now. Then queen check on h8 check. Then once the king moves to any of these three squares, it doesn't even matter which square. And you just play queen to h7 check. Oof, the pin.
Yeah, that's the point.
I have to I have to watch out for the pin again.
I think black really
Oof.
you want to look for a way to force the king to d7 or d6.
To capture it
So
with
that your
check. Yeah?
king, in fact, even your king should be the one to even look into capturing that pawn. I don't know if you get. Your king
Wow.
should be the one to go capture that
But
pawn.
his own rook will be on that, trying to
Exactly.
hold the pawn.
Yeah,
That rook will not leave.
exactly. So it's a little bit tough. I remember he has 1 minute or so less on the clock to make all this English happen.
He'll figure it out. That's for sure. Okay, so yeah, the King G7 has Queen G7 and King E8 has been played.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, when he got announced him draw, he's saying +2.
But what about trying to put them in Zugzwang and give them?
And that's how do you force this into one? That's a problem.
Queen C8 first. I mean C7 first.
Queen C7,
Yeah, Queen C7. That's interesting.
Cut off
the rook from protecting it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it comes to threatening the check, then the king step up at least.
Oh.
Then the king is the one that captures the pawn.
Yes, exactly. And once the king captures the pawn, then
Yeah, but we still play some rook trying to call when it goes to.
Yeah, but where can he put his rook? After queen to C7, this excellent move.
Put it on B7.
By the way, if you're wondering who is suggesting the move, that's Presido,
with the big machine.
the vice president of the NCF in the background, just suggesting good moves for us. So probably he should have played in this national championship.
Probably should have played this national championship. He's the power.
Yeah, Queen C7 looks really strong. Very quiet
I
move,
agree.
stops
Yes,
everything,
yes.
stops.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah,
Cutting
spade
off
it.
the king and now the rook.
Yeah.
So at some point, black will be
Black.
out of moves.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a very beautiful way of, and look at people looking at the camera, looking left right now like, yes, this is the dream position. This is what I'm looking for, guys.
Okay, I think he's about to play the move Queen check and then okay.
No. King
King,
D.
just king
Okay,
King
okay,
do
okay,
two.
okay,
You
king.
don't
King
need
do
to
two
play
works, yes.
Just move your king up 1 square.
King.
Come on, take it. Take the banana.
Wow.
Take the banana till Goyo.
Wow.
Okay, what do we have? Just king steps up and we take the pawn.
Yeah.
Why do you want check? Why are you drawing the queen line check?
Yeah, that was a mistake. I thought after, let me go back. I thought after queen check, you would just take on D3, but
No.
there's still
Queen
the problem
check,
of
king
king
go-
E6 or
no,
king
or
E8.
king E8.
Yeah,
So-
king E8.
Yeah, king D.
And you
king
still
D8
cannot
is
take the
Yeah.
pawn
You can't take the
because
pawn,
of
so-
rook D7.
So it's very clear. We
Yeah.
need to use the king to take the pawn, and now we can now march forward with the king to come and help deliver a brutal mate. Waiting move.
No, probably it's a mouse error or something. It's a,
It could be a waiting move.
wait.
Why waiting when you can quickly attack something and talk?
I want.
Although it's still okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I don't-
waiting, probably is waiting.
But waiting for
Or
what?
He probably wants to take. He actually probably wants to take that pawn with the coin. He's not thinking of moving his king even forward.
Check on C4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but strange.
Check on
Very
C4,
strange.
Taking
check on
the pawn,
F4.
taking the pawn with the queen
I mean
is,
F5.
Yeah, well,
is a long variation to me because
Yeah.
the king needs to match up.
The masters
Yeah,
are
you
still
see
playing.
me
Yes,
with the
yes.
program.
Yeah, the
For
king needs
the-
to come up to fight. Yeah, so I don't know why he's actually looking towards this.
How is the time?
His time is 1 minute 17 seconds. The masters are still under 2,000. Well, we at the moment all eyes are on Abdurrahman's and International Master Odion's board. Nobody is looking at the under 2,000 at the moment. I'm so sorry. Maybe after we see the end of this, we can switch quickly talk about the under 2,000 and the over 2,000. Thank you. Mr. Gian Guillaume Kanikar is asking exactly what is wrong with King C1. Like King C1, I'm like, what? But there's no problem with King C1 at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. King C1 is
Everybody
cool.
will wonder now, why King C1?
Yes, also, I also.
Just natural move is
King
B2.
D2 just go and munch the ball, and start making things happen. But these master players, what they see, we don't see at times.
actually, it's more likely that the tension of the moment and his
Yes,
time pressure
time
is
pressure.
under a lot of time pressure. Is
Yeah, it's explain 1 minute 17 seconds to Honduras 3 days and.
I just heard. Is it that he didn't see it?
He probably saw it. He knows. That's how I felt. Probably is a waiting move. Because now, another question is how can we defend that D6 and that D3 pawn? Because I think he wants to capture that pawn with the queen.
Black cannot defend. Black cannot defend the D3 pawn because once the rook leaves the king, then check. The rook eventually falls. So.
The drama.
Well, I mean, don't risk the drama, but we'll hear from him once it's done. Actually. Of course, you can't explain the whole 100 something moves that are going on, but let's just.
Okay, so Odion has resigned and Abdurrahman has won.
Okay.
Whoa! King C1 causes resignation immediately.
All right. Okay.
Yes, let's
can we really get any of them? But because they have tie breaks
they
to
have
play,
tie breaks.
maybe we should let them.
I think they have to rapid tie break, then
Bleed, Armageddon.
Yeah, Armageddon. And I think this is the part where
Yes.
are we going to? I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask. Maybe there will be a video. A live. I'm sure it will be streamed, but we will actually prefer having a video recording ourselves. So it's possible we might not be able to see the players, but we'll be able to see the moves, and that is what I can guarantee. But thank you very much. Our recent newly minted national champion Azumi Aisha for joining us on the live stream. I believe you enjoyed it.
I mean, she won the national championship, gained a whooping like 60
or 70. No, she has to. It's reduced after a game against Jessica. I believe she just went there to just say, you know what, scholars mate, I don't care. So probably she would have gained at the top 40 to 50 rating points.
Yeah.
Welcome to the over 2000 category.
I'm still bringing it down. You pushing over it.
Why would you say that?
No, I'm not ready to play Masters.
What do you mean? Why would you say that? I was thinking you are even going for the 2-2 and get a WIM title as fast as possible.
Well, we know Aisha's sense of humor. She definitely plans on coming to win the Masters next year.
Oh, like the Undertaker.
Yeah.
Alright, bye guys.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, cheers. Let me quickly see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And we won't be able to call them actually for, interview. Probably after the tournament, then we'll be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So very, very tough, very tough round. And, this game kept us at the edge of our seats. Tennyson would probably have been rooting for IM Odion, like he would to draw the game, not even to win, just to draw the game. But, it was not to be. Abdurrahman won this game and is going into the tie break with IM Tennyson. That we would see. It will start in maybe about 30 minutes or so. Who knows? So, stay tuned. This national championship is not even close to being over. This is edge of your seat kind of chess. Last year, of course, we had in the open section we had a tie break between between Tersi Ferdinand, the current national champion, the person who eventually won it, and FM Abdurrahman. And FM Abdurrahman won the first tie break. Then he lost the second tie break, and maybe I think from a better position he collapsed and lost that Armageddon game. Now he will be hoping to do one better. He is now going to be playing against IM-elect Tennyson for the title of national champion, Open's national champion. Of course, we already had the female national champion Aisha Azumi joining us in the live stream. So this is a title that will determine who will be the Open's national champion between a lot of, and actually these two people, they have a lot of supporters. You have a lot of people love Tennyson, started from the youth ranks, played a lot of Toko, Danny Pro tournaments, and his style is C4 English opening. has, everybody just loves IM Tennyson. He also won the Super Zonals recently, so he has a lot of fans who are rooting for him. And of course, FM Abdurrahman, Triple A, attack, 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 the moving train. The nicknames show you that he is well known everywhere. He has, in the past, let's say like 3 national championships, 3 or 4. I think it was second when Dabi won the national championship, maybe second or third, I'm not sure. When Tersi won, of course, last year, I think when FM Bomo won the national championship, it was second place also. When Tersi won, which was last year, when they played the tie break, it was second. And now it will be hoping to break that curse and win the national championship. So it's going to be very, very, very interesting. I'd ask all of you to keep your eyes glued on the screen. So for just a bit, I'm going to give you a breakdown of how it started. It started with Tersi, Abdurrahman, and IM-elect Tennyson on the same number of points going into the final round. Now, Tersi was, didn't have an opponent because of Callistus withdrawing from the tournament. So, Tersi was hoping that both Abdurrahman and Olisa Tennyson would lose their games. And at some point, it looked that way. But suddenly, K. Musa Lucky made a few blunders in a row, maybe like 3 or 4 blunders in a row. It was a very strange moment there. Well, not in a row, but in the game, and from a completely winning position from the opening, K. Musa Lucky was lost, and now it was clear that Tersi, the former national champion, was out of it. So now, it was between the game between FM Abdurrahman and Aikoje Odion. And at some point, it was, at first, Abdurrahman came up with some preparation, with the idea that he would put pressure on the black, the black queen side, and especially play against this bishop. So we saw that here, knight d4 and takes f4, with the idea that, okay, we're trying to trap this or restrict this bishop on f5. Now, of course, IM Odion cannot allow his bishop to be trapped, so now he has to make use of his activity. That's the rook, the bishop, the knight. He has to try to make use of the activity to try to generate some sort of play, and that's how he started rook a2. And so it was a battle there between black's activity and white's idea of restricting this bishop and maybe even trapping and winning it. And rook b1. So it might have looked like white was making a lot of passive moves, but all of them with the same and simple idea of trying to, first of all, control the game, and then, after controlling the game, then being able to restrict this bishop. So that's what happened. And some people might have been wondering, okay, why can't we capture this pawn? Well, it's just a simple knight c1. So rook a4 was played, and then rook a2, bishop c3. Okay, someone might be asking, okay, wait, what's happening? Rotimi, what's happening? Why can't we just play pawn to d4? Actually, of course, black can play pawn to d4, but after pawn to d4, then knight will come to c1, and after maybe the rook goes to a7, bishop just goes to d2. So this pawn doesn't get captured. So the pawn turns out not to be free. So Odion played the move b6, but that quickly allowed FM Abdurrahman to try to trap this bishop. Well, Odirov said, you know what? I can see your idea. You want to trap my bishop. That's not a problem. I'm willing to give you the bishop, but in return, I'm going to get 2 pawns for it, and a lot of activity. And this is what happened here, G4 was played, and at this point, I am Odeon. FM Abdurrahman played a very brilliant idea. The idea being to play bishop to f4 and quickly play bishop to c7. And you will see the reason why this is so powerful. It's because, first of all, it stops the king from getting to help the black pawns on the queen side. And if the king cannot help, that means that the knight has to stay here defending the b6 pawn. That means that this bishop is doing a fantastic job restricting the black pieces from becoming active. And here, the worst piece for white is the knight. So this was why the move made by Odeon here was actually a bit of a blunder. He played the move bishop captures on f5. And although he's winning a third pawn, but after rook captures on f5, rook captures on c1, king f2. White has managed to get rid of his worst piece, the knight on c1. You know, he has managed to get rid of his worst piece. And then suddenly we all see that these bishops, they have insane amount of activity. Insane amount of activity. You know, that's just a lot of activity. And so it was looking like probably Abdurrahman will have a smooth road here. And here, I.M. Olakwe was in the studio, and he was asking that, okay, you know, he was saying, of course, I.M. Olakwe, well known for his attacking style and active play. He wanted the move rook to d5 here. And at first it looks like, okay, knight f6, where is this rook going? Because of this move, king to d6. But, because there is no good discovered attack anywhere, it seemed. But, maybe there is this, but it doesn't look too good. No, it doesn't look as if, it looks as if maybe it's more of a draw. So, here, excuse me. Here, I.M. Olakwe suggested the move, the quiet, slow, and calm move, bishop to f3. The bishop controls a lot of squares. This bishop controls a lot of squares. And there is also always the idea of some discovered attacks winning a pawn or, you know, trying to make some progress. And we thought maybe this was, a way to go, you know, to put some pressure, maybe even, excuse me, maybe the move rook a3, which looks like it's going to capture a pawn. No problem, just play the move pawn to b4. And after the move, maybe pawn captures on b4, you can just bring your rook and this thing. So that's...
Okay, so sorry about that. I just removed the camera that we're in here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so sorry. I believe you are enjoying the gist so far so good. Well, we need to prepare for the tie breaks that will be coming very, very soon. It's going to be a rapid tie break between Tennyson versus AAA Abdurrahman Abdurrahim Akintoye. And we have two options. Option number one, we can bring in the live stream and the commentary, which we can, right? On one condition. The only condition is, I think we need to see the video. What do you think? Yeah. As much as we want to see the video of the live stream at thehot.com, we'll also look into, we wanted to have like a very beautiful video coverage of all the games so that we can also have a very decent, beautiful quality to put out there. Of course, I think this is what we'll do. We'll compromise. We'll do it. We'll do the live stream of the trials. I mean, of the tie breaks, which Lakute here will be very happy to officiate. In fact, we can even bring in the likes of Hodirov to come and watch, you know, commentate with you on the side.
It would be nice to have, you know, I.M. Olakwe.
I.M. Olakwe, okay, we can actually call I.M. Olakwe also to come if he's available. I hope he's available, so that the two of them can actually look out into the.
So let me ask for the people in the comment section and the people who will be watching live, because the rapid tie break will be very interesting. Yeah. Is it possible to have a video feed on the chessboard, a video feed showing the players' emotions, and a video feed for us?
It is actually possible to have those three video feeds that I can mention. It's possible, but the problem is we will need a stand and possibly an extra phone to make that happen. And right now, I don't think we don't have any other stand. We are using the 2 stands that we have perfectly. So it's going to be a little bit difficult from that perspective. But we can, if we want us to show the hands, sure, we can make that happen. But I don't know. I'm not seeing any other ways to go around it. That is why I'm even trying to see if we can look for a way to get the camera itself to record the game so that it will be crisp, sharp, 1080p to 2K resolution, and we'll be able to upload it later. Without now that will probably be without the commentaries. We just have the moves showing up. That is definitely possible.
So while we are working on that, we probably would have to stop the live stream.
Yes, we have to work on that and try to bring you the best of the best of the best.
But we'll be back.
Final. We will be back. And thank you very much, guys, for joining. And it's a tie break between Tennessee and Abdurrahman. Don't forget the beautiful sponsors of this event. No other persons but Renaissance African Energy Company, Zenith Bank, Indomie Noodles. I was eating Indomie the other time. I was seeing sharp moves. Even the guys over here were so much impressed. Lasena Waters, I've drank that today. Channels TV is going to be giving us some wonderful, fantastic reviews at the end. They have been here all through. And Lagos State Sports Commission, thank you also for joining. And Jake's Embassy, I will always remember Jake's Embassy. Thank you very much for what you do. If you want to travel out to play tournaments, contact Jake's Embassy. They will make everything easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Anyway, thank you very much, guys, for joining. Those that won all the people that won the prizes for the Predict and Win, please kindly send me a message on my WhatsApp. I've already sent the number in codes in every way you can get it over there. And if not, send me an email, walatarights@gmail.com. We need to start planning on how to stream the what is it called? The tie break. It's very, very important. So thank you very much, guys. I'll see you. Orchid Lekki, thanks for this. Orchid Hotel, thank you also very much for hosting us. It's been grand over here. I remain sincerely yours over here, Lakutola Rotimi, the master analyst, and me over here, the Jetsu Chief Wales. Peace out.
Okay. Aha. Okay. Aha. NCC 2025. The Battle of Kings and Queens is going to begin this December. Let's check this out. Rihanna. A new era is coming. Can you feel the vibe? Just kings and queens, yes. They are on the rise. December 15th to 21st, oh, don't play. At Orchid Lekki Chess Club where legends are made. At this NCC, only the fearless we rise. Ẹ bá mi sọ fún Tẹ́sí wípé only the fearless we rise. Triple A mi ń kọ́ only the fearless we rise. Odirovsky, Baba ńlá, only the fearless we rise. Only Satemi sing, only the fearless we rise. Omo ẹ̀kún kẹ́ńkọ́, only the fearless we rise. Keyi Lucky Musa, only the fearless we rise. Ẹ sọ fún Jibo àtàbíọ́lá pé only the fearless we rise. NCC 2025. Aha, okay, only the fearless we rise. Chief Will, Dumwa, aha.